Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and this is HackerFrogs After School. All right, everybody. So today we've got a great live stream planned for today, and we're going to be covering three things as per usual on this stream. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to cover some network penetration testing basics, and this is going to be covering Linux privilege escalation. We've got a great little room on TryHackMe that we can use. Of course, we're not going to be doing a rote walkthrough of this room, but I'm going to be highlighting some different privilege escalation methods you can do on Linux, some of the more common ones I see in CTFs. And if you're interested in joining with us, then you can go over to this link here that I've provided to the chat, and you can check this room out yourself. So this is going to be the first part of today's stream. And in the second part of today's stream, I'm going to be doing a little Windows hacking demonstration, and that's going to be with the Zero machine on hackmyvm.eu. So the Zero challenge, I guess I need to log in again. Zero challenge is an easy Windows challenge. And we're going to be talking about a common Windows vulnerability, which is covered in this challenge. So please look forward to that. That's going to be the second part of today's stream. And in the third part of today's stream, we're going to be going to a new to us, hacking platform, which is going to be the Hacker Labs. So the Hacker Labs is a Spanish language hacking platform, and thanks to the magic of Google Translate, we're able to access the materials on here. And we're going to be covering some of the Windows challenges on this platform as well. So this was an exciting find that I was able to discover last week, and I've decided to try out some of these rooms. So you can access it from this link over here. Actually, let's get the actual challenge we're going to be doing today, and then try downloading it. And those. So 8 laboratories, okay. And the one we're going to be doing is called Microchoft. See if... Let's see if I can find the correct link for everybody. So this is Microchoft. Let's go ahead and click on this. So if you want to take a look at the challenge and download it yourself, you can do so from this link over here. There you go. All right, so we're also going to be trying out some new music today. So I'm always looking for some new musical tracks. I usually look for my music in the sci-fi and cyberpunk genres, but today we're going to try out Stellaris. So Stellaris is a great 4X exploration game. It's kind of in the same vein as something like Civilization. But I haven't had too much time to play these kind of games lately. Let's try playing some music, and we'll see how appropriate it is for background music for hacking and for programming and for doing live stream. So if anybody thinks that the music is too loud, let us know in the chat, or if you think that the music is not loud enough, let us know in the chat as well. Either way is fine. And with all that said, this is going to be the third part of today's stream. So let's go back to the first part. Well, let's start the first part, rather. And that's going to be at tryhackme.com. This is the privilege escalation room. And the link is over here. Okay. All right, so what are we talking about when we talk about privilege escalation? So let's just go over here and get the... Okay, so what does privilege escalation mean? So the first part of network pen testing is getting initial access to the box, otherwise known as a foothold. Basically, getting shell access on the box is only the first part of doing any particular network pen testing exercise. The second part of the network pen testing exercise is generally something called privilege escalation. And what does this mean? So at its core, privilege escalation usually involves going from a lower permission account to a higher permission one. More technically, it's the exploitation of a vulnerability, design flaw, or configuration oversight in an operating system or application to gain unauthorized access to resources that are usually restricted from the users. So why is this important? It's rare when performing a real-world penetration test to be able to gain a foothold, that is initial access, that gives you direct administrative access. Will Powers, hello! Hello, nice to see you here in YouTube chat. We're just going to be doing this this module over here on privilege escalation with Linux, and we're going to be going over a few different methods of doing privilege escalation. I hope that that's something you're interested in. So when you gain your foothold access, it's rare that you have direct administrative access. Privilege escalation is crucial because it lets you gain system administrator levels of access, which allows you to perform such actions as resetting passwords, bypassing access controls to compromise protected data, editing software configurations, enabling persistence, changing the privilege of existing or new users, and executing any administrative command. So that is the meaning of privilege escalation. So in Linux, there are a few different ways that you can perform privilege escalation, but first you need to discover these things. So we'll talk a little bit about enumeration. So there is a machine associated with this room. Let's go ahead and start that machine. So in task 3, there's a machine. Let's start that machine. And I think, oh, okay. So it looks like we don't need to use the attack box for these exercises. That's good, because if we did, well, it would be an extra step. But anyways, let's let the virtual machine start up over here. It's going to take a couple of minutes. But in the meantime, let's talk about some of the things we can enumerate when we're inside of a Linux environment. So it says here that when we log in here, we're going to use the username Karen and the password password1. I think we're just automatically logged in when this machine starts up, but we'll find out. So the first thing we need to do is we need to find out the host name for the machine, and we can do that with the hostname command. We can get some more information about the particular operating system by using the uname-a command, which is going to tell you more information about the system and the kernel that is being used. So these are all different commands that kind of do the same thing. They also give you more information about the Linux system. The next thing we can do to enumerate on the system is use the ps command. The ps command is going to give you information about all the processes that are running on the system. And when we think of processes, we can think of processes as just programs that are running in the background on a system. So another thing we can do is we can look at the env or environment, and that's going to show you all of the different environment variables for your particular session. Let's take a look here. So if you do the env command, you're going to see a lot of different stuff. It's a bit overwhelming at first, but when we come across this, so we'll talk a little bit more about it. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be getting into the system in just a little bit. Everybody, if you want to join along with us, you can go ahead and navigate to this room. It encountered an error and has closed the connection. Reconnecting in a few seconds. Okay, let's try reconnecting. Okay, now we're in. All right, so it looks like we can just treat this like any other terminal here, and let's start using these commands over here. So over here we've got our host name. Give that command over here, host name, and the host name is this right here, Wade7363. The other command we can use to get more information about this operating system is uname-a. So Linux and then the name of the system, and this is a generic Linux OS running Linux, this version right here. And well, this seems to be some form of Ubuntu, the Ubuntu distribution. It says that over here. And let's skip this section over here, and let's talk about the processes that are running on the system. So if you use the ps command, you're going to get, well, it looks like they're not very many. These are the processes that are running for our current user. So there's just the shell, and then there's the ps command that we're running. But if we run it with more arguments, we're going to get more output from this command. For example, if we use the PSAUX command, it's going to show the processes for all users. It's going to display the user that launched the process. It's going to show the process that is not attached to the terminal, and it's going to look for the PSAUX output. Okay, so this over here, this is a bit jumbled and confusing to look at. I think we can put this in its own browser pane, and we can get some output that looks a little bit easier to look at. So we're going to go down to the bottom of the screen, and we're going to click on this View in Full Screen button. So from there, so now our terminal is it's much larger, and hopefully it can go all the way to the end of the screen. Let's clear, and then use the PSAUX command again. Okay, so this is a little bit easier to take a look at. So we've got the user that started the process ID numbers over here, and we have the actual process names over here. So this is another thing that you want to we want to enumerate when we do our privilege escalation. Okay, next is the env, or environment variables. So we can do env on this terminal here, and we see a bunch of different variables here. So the user variable is the Karen account. If we do who am I, it's going to tell us that we are the Karen user. Okay, tells us the shell that we're using, our SSH connection from what IP addresses. All right, Kavala Manka on Twitch. Thank you very much for following. Thank you very much. You're now a HackerFrog. Let's give you a fun hack the planet. Welcome to the HackerFrog.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so for now we don't need to worry about all of these environment variables. Just know that sometimes there's some very important information that can be gained in this from this output over here. So sudo-l. So this is actually something that is very important for privilege escalation, is finding out if the current user can run sudo commands or not. Of course, sudo means that we can run a command in the context of the root user, which is the user with the highest privileges. So let's go ahead and give that sudo-l command. It's going to ask for the password for Karen. What was that password again? Was it password 1? Okay, let's input that password. Password 1. So it says, sorry, user Karen may not run sudo on this host. Okay, that's perfectly fine. That just means that we don't have to worry about using sudo commands for privilege escalation. But if Karen was able to run any commands as sudo, with sudo rather, then they would be output by giving this command right here, sudo-l. So one of the most common commands used in Linux is ls. Okay, so I guess what they're talking about is the fact that you can find hidden files running ls in a certain way. So you can do ls-la, L for list, and A for all files, which includes hidden files. So in this case, we're in the top level directory. Let's try going into Karen's home directory. Oh, there's no Karen's home directory. But there's a Matt directory in the home directory. Okay. All right, let's go into Matt's directory then. And so we can see here there are quite a few hidden files in here. So in Linux, any file that starts with the dot means that it's a hidden file. So for example, .bash history, this is a hidden file. .cache, this is a hidden directory. And this is how we can identify which files are hidden, not inside of Linux. All right, let's move on. We've got a lot of stuff to cover over here. Okay, next is the ID command. So the ID command is going to give you the group permissions for any particular user. So we can clear and then do ID. And we can see the UID number for this particular user, Karen. It's 1001. the group ID and what special groups this this user might be part of. So in this case, these are all not remarkable, but sometimes users can be in special groups that might give them special permissions on the system. So that's where the ID command would come in handy. So another thing that they talk about is reading the etc password file. So the etc password file on Linux systems is going to output a list of user accounts on the system. So you might think that the password file has a list of passwords, but it actually doesn't. So a long time in the past it did, but nowadays the Linux and Unix password file, PASSWD, is spelled on purpose. This is basically a list of users. So if we the file on the system, see here that most of these user accounts are service accounts. Service accounts, basically every piece of software in the system that needs to interact with the system needs to have an account in Linux. So most of these are for those services to access the system. For example, the www data user is a user that that is in charge of the web server, and maybe what else can we find here? So the syslog user here would be in charge of writing logs, I would assume. But what else do we have here? So we have some actual users on the system as well. So Matt and Karen are real users on the system, and the reason we know that they're real users on the system is because they have both a home directory. In this case, it's home Matt and home Karen, respectively, and they also have a what is it called? A shell. So in this case, for the Matt user, it's the bin bash program. Okay. So next, we're gonna take a look at their user history. So user history is another great place we can look for potential privilege escalation opportunities. So history is going to give us a list of command history for our user. So I'm going to clear. I'm going to use the history command. So it says history not found. I guess it's not available. The history command isn't available in this can't go to home Karen. There's no home Karen directory. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Which directory are you in right now? So home Matt. Okay. The other thing we can do is we can try reading the bash history to get a list of commands for any particular user. So most of the time, the bash history file is hidden in a user's home directory, and it's usually not readable by global users, which is intentional. But if we could read this, we could potentially find out what kind of commands that the user was accessing in the past. So another command we've got here is the ifconfig command, and that's going to get us networking information. So for example, they give us is the IP route command to see which network routes exist. Okay, so let's try this one. So IP, and it says here that we have access to this network over here on this device. So we have access to this 10.10.016 network range on this device right here, ETH0. All right, and we have some other networking devices as well. Okay, and we can also get some further networking information with the netstat command. So if we run the netstat command, it's going to give us network information. So we've got all of this. This is the type of information we could probably benefit from a larger screen. So let's go over here. So let's run netstat. Okay. So we've got all this networking information over here. We've got the path. We've got the exact program that's being run in these cases. Most of the time, when I run netstat, I like to run it with these arguments over here. So netstat uln. So this is going to tell you which. Let's go here. Netstat uln. This is going to tell you what networking ports are open on the target. So here we've got port 53. Well, all of these different ports are open on. There's a lot of UDP ports open on this box for some reason. Not exactly sure what they're all doing, but we also have some TCP ports and some TCP6 ports. So of course we've got port 22 over here, which is SSH. And that means that we're able to, well, that's the one that enables us to log into the system over here. And 631. I'm not too sure what service is running on port 631. Not one that I encounter too often. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so another thing that's very important for doing privilege escalation is the find command. So with the find command, you can look for files that have a lot of different criteria. So you can look for files by name or by owner. So which user owns the file, which group owns the file, and a lot of other criteria as well, such as size and permissions, all sorts of stuff like that. So this is another important thing for privilege escalation. Maybe you want to look for a file called flag1.txt. We can do that. So let's go ahead and give the find command in the entire file system. That's slash. We're going to look for -name. So that's a file with a specific name. Look for flag1.txt. If this file exists on the system, then we'll be able to find it. So all of the error content, we're going to send to the dev null device, which is basically if we encounter some error messages, we're going to throw them out. And let's run this command. So we found flag1.txt in the home user in the home directory of the mat user. Okay, great. Okay. So general Linux commands. Let's answer. Actually, this is going to take a bit of time, and we have a lot of stuff to go through. So we're going to skip over these questions. If you're interested in going through this in much more detail, you're very welcome to do so. And I think it would benefit you to do so after this lesson is over, because there's a lot of good information to be had here. It's just that, well, if I were to cover this entire room in great detail, it would take a lot of time. So that's why we're skipping over some portions. So in the next section here, task 4, we're going to talk about automated enumeration tools. So this is, okay, I think we're done with this system over here, so we're going to close it. So let me terminate this machine. Okay, and then we're going to go over to task 4, automated enumeration tools. So as far as automated enumeration tools are concerned, they list a number of different tools that people use to do privilege escalation. Basically what these tools do is they look for all of their scripts that look for different privilege escalation vectors, and they report them to you. So a common one that I use is called linps, which is the first one on this list over here. There's a lot of different enumeration scripts, and maybe 5 or 6 years ago there were a lot larger variety of them, but nowadays most people just use linps for Linux and winps for Windows. It's kind of the most popular option in this kind of space. Okay. Alright, so with that being said, let's move on to next section, which is kernel exploits. Okay. So what are kernel exploits? Let's start up this machine and let's talk a little bit about this. So privilege escalation ideally leads to root privileges. This can sometimes be achieved simply by exploiting an existing vulnerability, or in some cases by accessing another user account that has more privileges, information, or access. Unless a single vulnerability leads to a root shell, the privilege escalation process will rely on misconfigurations and lacks permissions. The kernel on Linux systems, the kernel on Linux systems manage the communications between components such as memory on the system and applications. This critical function requires the kernel to have specific privileges. Thus, a successful exploit will potentially lead to root privileges. The kernel exploitation methodology is simple. 1. Identify the kernel version. 2. Search and find an exploit code for the kernel version of the target system. And 3. Run the exploit. Although it looks simple, please remember that a failed kernel exploit can lead to a system crash. Make sure this potential outcome is acceptable within the scope of your penetration testing engagement before attempting a kernel exploit. So this is something that's very important. When you're dealing with real life, kernel exploits, whether or not they succeed or not, have the potential of crashing the system. And if the system is something that that your customer, the person who hired you, doesn't want to have any downtime, then this is very, very bad. So, for example, if you've got a server that's hosting your customer's web server or critical infrastructure, and you use a kernel exploit that crashes the system, that's very, very bad. So, kernel exploits are usually the last, like a last resort kind of thing that you try. And you definitely want to communicate with whoever is asking you to do the pen testing if it is okay to do kernel exploits. So just keep that in mind. So research sources. Based on your findings, you can use Google to search for an existing exploit code. Sources such as CVE details can also be useful. And 3, an alternative would be to use a script like LES, Linux Exploit Suggester. But remember that these tools can generate false positives. So another thing about kernel exploits is that sometimes the tools will report that something is vulnerable to a kernel exploit, when in fact they are not. So this is another reason why kernel exploits are kind of rare as a privilege escalation vector. Okay, so it says being too specific about the kernel version is not going to be good. Be sure you understand how the exploit works before you launch it. Some exploit codes make changes on the operating system that would make them unsecure in further use and make irreversible changes to the system, creating problems later. So it's for all of these reasons why we don't like to do kernel exploits as a go-to for privilege escalation. So got our questions over here. Find and use an appropriate kernel exploit to gain privileges on the target system. Okay, so we're gonna skip this one as well because it's not super. I don't think this would be super quick. Let's take the hint. Maybe we can do it really quick. So it says look for exploit codes related to the CVE you found in the previous task. Did we find a CVE in the previous task? Okay, let's just skip this one. This might take too long. Okay. So this one should be a little bit easier. Let's terminate this machine. And let's move on to the next task, which is privilege escalation sudo. So this is something that is a little bit easier to implement, or a little bit easier to do rather. So under task 6, let's start this machine over here. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the sudo command. The sudo command by default allows you to run a program with root privileges. Under some conditions, system administrators may need to give regular users some flexibility on their privileges. For example, a junior SOC analyst may need to nmap regularly, but would not be cleared for full root access. In this situation, the system administrator can allow this user to only run nmap with root privileges while keeping its regular privilege level throughout the rest of the system. So it says here that any user can check its current situation related to root privileges using the sudo-l command. And they also give a great resource over here. So gtfobins.github.io. And this is a valuable resource that provides information on how any program on which you have sudo rights can be used. So if anybody wants to take a look, GTFO bins is located over here. And while this is loading up, let's take a look at GTFO bins. Okay, so this is the GTFO bins website. Basically, if you, so this is talking about a lot of different binaries and how they can be used for privilege escalation. Well, it doesn't say specifically privilege escalation, but for example, let's take a look at some common commands we could use for privilege escalation. Let's say we have access to the nmap binary. Okay, so search for nmap, and for example, if we have nmap with the sudo functionality here, let's go ahead and click on that. So here, under the nmap entry, it says if the binary is allowed to run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop the elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So it actually gives you which commands to run in order to become user if you have sudo access to nmap. These commands over here. So we will be, I think we're going to be demonstrating this very, very soon, but let's go back to TryHackMe. All right, so the virtual machine is started up. And what we're going to do is we're going to use sudo-l to find out what sudo permissions this user has on this server here. Oh, okay. These are different commands. So this is what we learned. So user Karen may run the following commands on this server here. So as root, no password, they can run these commands. So user bin find, user bin less, and user bin nano. So these are three different binaries that that this user Karen can run as sudo. So they could potentially get privilege escalation from these binaries. Okay, so let's demonstrate. So for example, there we have sudo access with the find command. Go over to GTFO bins, and we can look up the find command. Now look up the find command on GTFO bins. You can run it as sudo. We're going to click on the sudo button here. So it says here, if the binary is allowed to run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So remember, on a Linux system, when do you win? You win when you type in who am I, and it says root. That's when you win. So over here, it gives you a command that you can run to become root. So it's sudo find dot execute bin sh, and then the end of this command, and then quit. Okay, so what does this do? It runs find, it runs it in the current directory, but instead of finding something, it executes this program, which is bin sh, which is a shell program. So this is basically going to open up a shell, and because we're running command as sudo, it gives us a shell in the context of the root user. And then it quits. So when you run this command, let's just copy it. Let's go back to TryHackMe. And I think I can paste into here. Can I paste into here? No, I cannot paste into here. Okay, let's go down. And let me send command over here. And I'll just copy it. So sudo find dot dash exe slash bin sh backslash semicolon dash quit. Okay, so when we run this command, when we run find command as sudo and run the sh program, we're going to get a root shell. So see that the prompt has changed. Instead of a $, we have a hash symbol or octothorpe. That's a sign that we're running a root shell. We ask who am I? It says we're root, so we win. Okay, So let's try the same thing with the less program. Okay. So from here we can exit to get out of the shell. Learn Cyber with K. Hello, nice to see you on YouTube. Welcome to the chat. Let's give you a fun little video redeem. How about a Nyan Cat? So we're just going over some privilege escalation techniques, and we're just going over some pseudo privilege escalation techniques. And the second program we're going to look at is the less program over here. As usual, we can go over to GTFO bins, and we can search for the less program. And then there's an entry here. We're going to look up sudo. So we're just going to click on sudo. So once again, if the binary is allowed to run as super user by sudo, it does not drop elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system. And can run sudo less on any file, and in the middle of execution can break out of the less program and run a shell by giving this command right here, which is !bin/bin/sh to open up a shell. Let's see, Learn Cyber with K says, what is your Discord? So we don't have a Discord for HackerFrogs, but we do have a Reddit. So that's at reddit.com/HackerFrogs. And if you want to take a look there, we have we actually post our streaming schedule over here. So in case you were wondering when we stream each week, it's usually posted each week over at the Reddit over here. But let's get back to the hacking. Okay. So what you have to do is you want to run sudo less on any, it could be any file, really. And then you break out of the program by doing !bin/bin/sh. So over here, let's see what files are here. We could do so sudo less, etc. password. And this is gonna run the less program. So see that we're in the middle of execution for this program. We're gonna break out by doing !, and then /bin/sh. So we're going to run the sh program in the middle of execution of the less program. When we do this, see that our shell opens up, and it's an octothorpe shell because it was running as sudo. We ask, who am I? It says we are root, so we win. Awesome. Okay. We can, so that was the less program. Let's get out of here. Okay, so we've now quit out of the program, so we're now the Karen user again. And we're going to demonstrate, what was the last one? The last one was the sudo l. Last one was the nano program. So what you have to understand about the nano program is that the nano program is a text editor, and text editors are they're almost all vulnerable to some sort of pseudo exploit. So, well, it's not an exploit, but you can use sudo to open up a root shell with most text editing programs. So as usual, we're going to go over to GTFO bins, and we're going to look up the nano program. So nano, we've got sudo access, so we're going to click on that. So it says if the binary is allowed to run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop elevated privileges and may be accessed the file system, escalate, or maintain privilege access. Okay. So what is this? So sudo nano, we run the text editor, and then we have to do Control-R and then Control-X. And then we have to give this command right here. So I'm going to copy that command. Control-R, Control-X. Not completely sure what this does, but let's give it a try. So over here, scroll down, and I'm going to copy the command. Okay, so I'm going to do sudo nano, and then we're in this sudo text editor. We're going to do Control R. I guess that reads a file. Then we're going to do Control X to execute a command. Oh, okay. So we're going to go to the menu where we can execute a command, and then we're going to do Control X to execute a command. So we do Control X from here, and then it's going to give us a prompt to give a command to execute. And we're going to execute reset, and then for the next command, we're going to run shell. And in the shell, we're going to redirect standard input to standard output to standard input, I think. And then we're going to direct standard error to standard output. I think that's what it is. Okay. Then after that, hit enter to run the command. And it says executing over here. And then it looks like we've got our octothorpe right over here. From here, we can type in who am I. It says we are root, so we win. Okay, let's clear the console. And once again, we type who am I, we are root. So we were able to use 3 different programs with sudo to get root access. Okay, let's exit out of here. And let's exit out of here, save the modified buffer no. Okay. Okay, so I think we're all done with this section over here on sudo. And we're going to go over to this section over here, which is SUID. So we're going to talk about SUID binaries and how these can be used to gain elevated privileges on the system. So we're just going to terminate this machine here. And we're going to click into task number 7, privilege escalation SUID. So SUID is a very it's a very interesting concept, and we'll be explaining a little bit more about this during this task. So let's go ahead and click on the green Start Machine button here. And while the machine's starting up, let's talk a little bit more about SUID binaries. So what do we have here? Much of Linux privilege escalation controls rely on controlling the users and files' interactions. This is done with permissions. By now you know that files have read, write, and execute permissions. These are given to users within their privilege levels. This changes with SUID, set user identification, and SGID, set group identification. These allow files to be executed with the permission level of the file owner or user, respectively. So you'll notice that these files have a S-bit set showing their special permission level. So for example, give this command right over here with the find command, and this is going to list files that have SUID or SGID bits set. So we're going to be giving this command in just a little bit once. Oh, some flavor. Hello, nice to see you here. You need to give a redeem, so it's going to be !redeem space hack the planet. Go ahead and try it out. So !redeem space hack the planet. Nice to see you here, some flavor. Okay, so the machine will be finished initializing in just about half a minute.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
And thank you very much for the Hack the Planet redeem, Some Flavor. Nice to see you. Okay, so yeah, so Some Flavor, if you're just wondering, we're doing a little tutorial here on how to do privilege escalation on Linux. So right now we're on the SUID section. We're going to figure out how to do privilege escalation with the SUID binaries. Yeah, I got the audio back. It took me a while to figure out. It took a long time, longer than I'd like. But anyways, okay, so got our machine available here. Let's clear the screen and let's see who are we. So we're the Karen user. What we want to do is we want to find all of the binaries with the SUID or SGID bits set, which means that they have elevated permissions when you use them. So we're going to give this command, find /, which means the entire file system, We're going to look for files. We're going to look for permissions. So in this case, minus 4000 is going to look for all of the SUID binaries, and we're going to redirect all of the error messages into the dev null device, which means basically any error messages are just going to be thrown away. So let's run this command. So we find here there are a bunch of different SUID binaries here, but we're going to pay attention to. So the thing is about SUID binaries is that there are a lot of SUID binaries on Linux systems that are completely safe, but there are unusual SUID binaries that can lead to privilege escalation. And let me see if I can spot the ones that are vulnerable here. Most of the time, I need to start looking these up. So I think base64 should not be a SUID binary. I'm pretty sure. There might be other ones inside of here, but I'm pretty sure this one is not a standard SUID binary. So these two we can look up on GTFO bins. So we can go ahead and go to GTFO bins here, and go back and search for base64. So base64, it's got a SUID entry over here, so we can go ahead and click on that. So it says here that for this binary, if the binary has the SUID bit set, does not drop the elevated privileges, it may be used to access the file system, escalate or maintain privilege access as a SUID backdoor. If it is used to run sh-p arguments on systems like blah 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 that allow default sh shell to run with SUID privileges. Okay, so what can we do here? So it says here that the instructions are, well, I don't think we need to install this program here, but basically we can read any file we want using the base64 command with the SUID bit set. So here, lfile would be the file that we want to read, and then we would give this command right here to read the file. So let's say that we wanted to read a sensitive file on the system. Would first set this variable right here, lfile. It doesn't need to be lfile, it could be anything, but just, keep it, just to keep it easy to understand. And let me paste in and over here. So lfile equals file to read. Okay. So lfile. So one of the most secure files on the system, on any Linux system, is the shadow file. And what the shadow file is basically where all of the password hashes are kept. And it usually is in the etc shadow. It's in the etc directory in the shadow file here. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to use the base64 command with the SUID bit set to read the etc shadow file. So this is important. This is important because we could potentially steal the hashes from the shadow file and try to crack the hashes offline. That would give us the passwords for some of the users on the system. So we're going to set lfile as in file we want to read as etc shadow. And then we're going to run the base64 command. So let me go back and get that command here. So it's base64 here. We're going to run base64. We're going to give the lfile variable, and we're going to pipe that into base64 D for code. So what we're going to do here is we're going to base64 encode shadow file, and then we're going to decode it using base64 as well. And what this is going to do is it's kind of a roundabout way of reading the shadow file in the system. So let's go ahead and try this. So normally we can't access the shadow file. And let me demonstrate before. So if I try to read the etc shadow file, as our current user, it says permission denied. So instead, I'm going to do base64, and we're going to abuse the fact that the base64 binary has the SUID bit set. Okay, so we're able to read the etc shadow file by. So here we've got the contents of the shadow file. So most of these accounts don't have passwords associated with them, so they don't have password hashes. But ones down here, we've got Jerry Conway, got user2, got LXD, no, not LXD, but we have Karen. So these are all password hashes that we could potentially steal and then crack offline. And we could abuse the base64 binary with the SUID bit set to do so. So let me this in full screen. So it's a bit tedious to go through the list of SUID binaries and then look them up on base64. Sorry, look them up on GTFO bins, because a lot of these SUID binaries are going to be legit, and you're not going to find a hit for every single one of these binaries. So what I like to do is I like to feed the list to ChatGPT and ask if there are any unusual SUID binaries in the bunch. So let me demonstrate that. So over here, we're going to give the find command to look for those SUID binaries again. So So I'm going to ignore all these snap ones, but we've got all these user binaries here. I think I can copy them. Yeah, so I can copy them with right click button. Then we're going to go over to ChatGPT. I'm going to ask ChatGPT, are there any unusual SUID binaries in this list? I'm going to paste in the list. So it says most of the binaries are standard SUID binaries on Linux system and serve specific legitimate purposes. However, one stands out as unusual. Okay, so it was able to identify the base64 binary as unusual. So if you're having trouble and you just want to find out if any of these SUID binaries is unusual, we can just feed the list to ChatGPT. Sometimes it gives you false positives, but most of the time it's okay. So just something to keep in mind. All right, so if anybody has any questions about any of the techniques or any of the commands that we gave during this demonstration, please let us know. We're going to be doing a second part to this particular subject, privilege escalation on Linux, in the next stream. So if you want to learn more techniques about the privilege escalation next time, what are we going to cover? Let me take a look. So I'll terminate this machine. And okay, so in the next time, hold on, I just need to. Next time, we're going to be covering these three topics. So we're going to talk about privilege escalation on capabilities. We're going to talk about privilege escalation with cron jobs. Basically, scripting in general. We're going to talk about how to do escalation with malicious. Well, we're going to figure out how to hijack scripts, basically, and we're going to figure out how to exploit the path variable for various binaries as a form of privilege escalation. So please look forward to that, and that's going to be on the next stream, which is going to be on Wednesday. But until then, we're going to move on to the next topic for today's stream, and the next topic is a Windows hacking tutorial. So if you want to know some basics about how to hack Windows systems, then you're not going to want to miss this. All right, so let's get out of TryHackMe, and let's start the next thing. I think we're gonna switch up our music because this isn't super exciting. Let's try some Faster Than Light. I love that game. How about Faster Than Light? As usual, if you find that the music is too loud, let me know and I'll turn the music down. But yeah, this is some of my favorite video game music. Okay, so the next challenge is going to be, well, it's going to be a demonstration. It's going to be the Zero Machine. We're on hackmyvm.eu. So if you want to play along yourself, you can go to this page and download the virtual machine and then deploy it on your network. So during this demonstration, we're going to be talking about a very serious Windows exploit, and we're going to talk about how to exploit it, and as well as some general Windows network pen testing techniques. All right, so let's start. This is a guided walkthrough for the Zero Machine over on hackmyvm.eu. So this is an easy level Windows machine, and let's start. So the first thing we need to do is we need to deploy the machine to our network. I'm just going to power up the VM right now. Okay, so we've got the virtual machine. It's starting up over here. Need to wait a second for this thing to start up. Actually, you know what? In the meantime, I'm gonna get my environment ready. So what we need to do is, I've got a bunch of windows over here that I'm going to be switching between. Oh, this is something I was testing earlier. Okay. So the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out where the machine is. So you don't necessarily know where on the network a machine is. What we need to do is we need to use some tools to figure out where this machine is and what IP address it has. So we're just going to use nmap. Actually, I'm going to get rid of the sudo. So we're going to use nmap with the SN flag over here. So we're going to do the IP range. Ah, okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so while the ads are running, I'm going to stop and have a little break. But in the meantime, we're going to take a look at some bird feeder footage. In particular, this is the bird bath. So everybody, I've got a little camera that I like to use to record the birds. Sometimes they're at the bird bath, sometimes they're at the bird feeder. And we're just going to run these little clips while we take a little break, because there are ads running on Twitch right now. I love these little guys. Okay, so we'll be back in about a minute. I'm going to take this opportunity to have a little sip of water. Just a second.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Thank you for the Hack the Planet redeem. Some flavor. Okay, so looks like the ads are just about over on Twitch, so I'm just going to put the birds away. But yeah, this is one of my favorite clips. Birds are just so cute having their little bath. Okay, so we're going to run nmap, and we're going to run it on a specific network range. So before we run nmap, we should probably get that network range. So we can do IPA to figure out what network range we want to scan on. And in this case, the network we're looking for is this one over here. So I've got the Windows machine on the ETH1 interface. So this is the IP address. We're just going to copy that. So this IP range right here, and we're going to run it with the SN flags, which means we're going to do what is called a ping sweep. And a ping sweep is the purpose of the ping sweep is to figure out which machines on the network range are online. Run the command, and we're going to see that I think this is our IP address. So this machine's IP address, the Kali Linux machine that we're going to be doing the testing on, is running at this IP address. So the other machine that is online is this one over here, and we can tell that these are both virtual machines because they're using the Oracle VirtualBox Virtual NIC. So this is the IP address we're going to be scanning against. I'm going to copy that. And then I'm going to run nmap. So it's nmap with different flags over here. Okay. So what is this going to do? This is going to run nmap, which is going to figure out which ports are open on the target. It's going to run against all the ports. This argument here is going to run very verbose, which means we're going to get results before the scan is over with this flag right here, very verbose. Feel My Love 8 says, what do you think about the EJPT V2 certification to get a job? I have the EJPT V1, I guess it would be called, that certification. It's not going to get you a job by itself, but I think it's a good beginner certification to get if you want to eventually become some sort of security tester. So if you want to become a network security tester or web security tester, I think it's a good beginner certification. It's a good stepping stone. That's how I feel. Hope that helps. Okay, so let's run nmap over here to figure out which ports are open on the target. Okay, so we see here that it discovered a bunch of common Windows ports. So ports that are common to Windows in this network range over here, this port range over here rather, is stuff like 135, 45, and 139. These are all very common to Windows. 135 is NetBIOS, and 445 and 9 are SMB. So the SMB protocol is very important. Oh, we also discover port 88, which is also very common. So this is, if we see port 88, we can tell that this is a Active Directory join host, because port 88 usually runs the Kerberos service, and the Kerberos service is a service that is used for authentication on Windows machines, specifically on Active Directory. So we also see that port 5985 is open, which is another very common port for Windows machines. This enables administrative login, and it's called the WinRM service. So with this information over here, we can actually start our enumeration. So let's go ahead and grab my notes. So we can start our enumeration like this. What we're going to do is we're going to go over to another terminal here. Feel My Love says, do you all think getting this certification is worth it? Like, can I get a junior SOC analyst gig with it while grinding for a higher level cert? I think EJPT version 2 is it's not really defensive. It's not really for defensive cybersecurity. I don't think it's really relevant to getting a junior SOC analyst or, job. I think you'd want to get a different certification. Let me look up something really quickly. So maybe we can go over to TryHackMe. You're probably better off studying some stuff over at TryHackMe here. So for example, I could look for, let's see, learning paths, cyber defense. So there was a junior SOC, so SOC level 1 over here. You could probably start over here. And I'll just give you the link to that in the chat. Go. And versus Schizophrenics versus Schizophrenics. Hello again, Shy Hat and friends. Let me know how to pronounce your username versus Schizophrenics. V Schizophrenics. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Let me know how to pronounce your name, and I'll pronounce it properly. Thank you very much for coming by. Feel my love. I'm planning to invest 6 to 8 months of study to land my first job in cybersecurity. I don't want to waste time on something that won't help me achieve that goal. What do you recommend I focus on? What would you recommend I focus on to make the most of my efforts? Thanks so much for your time and advice. Schizophrenics is how you pronounce that username. Thank you very much for telling me. And welcome, you guys. Why don't you have a fun little video redeem? Oh, what are we gonna do? How about this one from Prison Break? This one is the Devil's Bedroom.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Okay, so Feel My Love 08, you got 6 to 8 months to study to land your first job in cybersecurity. I think this would probably be a good start. So SOC level 1 from TryHackMe, and then I would also go for this cyber defense path over here as well. So this is blue team. This is intermediate level over here. And oh, okay. So actually, this actually covers some networking basics as well. This is also very important in defensive cybersecurity roles. So let me get you this one as well. So go ahead and try out these two paths, the SOC level 1 and the blue team learning path over here at TryHackMe. And what else? Okay. But if you have any other questions, I think the other thing that you need to do is you need to get to know the people in your local cybersecurity community. So, for example, I wouldn't say I live in Vancouver, but I live around Vancouver. So if I were to look up Vancouver cybersecurity group on Google over here, they've got these. You can look up your local cybersecurity groups. So every major city should have a group of cybersecurity professionals who meet up on a regular basis. For example, there's this one from Vancouver, which I'm a part of. I'm part of this community over here. And what you can do is you can locate these groups, and you can show up in person and start talking to people. So the easiest way to get I think the easiest way to get a job in cybersecurity is to become a member of the community. And once you've become a member of the community and the community knows you and they like you, then they should be able to recommend jobs to you. I got my first job in cybersecurity through connections to the local cybersecurity community, and I think that's probably the easiest way to get good connections and jobs is to become a part of your local cybersecurity community. Okay, TG Artist says, I finished Google's cybersecurity certificate now, doing ethical hacking certificate from Cisco, doing junior pentester on TryHackMe. Oh yeah, that sounds like a pretty good way to go. A lot of people think that if you want to be a security tester, you have to get OSCP. I think OSCP is I think the skills you learn from OSCP are a bit overrated. I think a better alternative to OSCP is a certificate from Hack the Box. So the Hack the Box certificate. Yeah, this one over here, the CPTS. So I think this is probably better from a skills standpoint. You're gonna learn more doing this certificate than you are OSCP, and it's also much less expensive than than OSCP access to any people interested in doing penetration testing or teaming kind of jobs. Okay, so let's continue on. Where were we? So now that we've determined that this that this box is an Active Directory box. And we know this because it's got ports like 88 open over here, and Windows machines that are serving Kerberos are usually Active Directory joined boxes. So we also see that LDAP is available as well, and it says that it is Microsoft Windows Active Directory LDAP. So this is a pretty good indication that we're dealing with an Active Directory server. So what can we do from here? What we're going to do is we're going to look for some common SMB vulnerabilities. And the one that we're talking about today is called zero login. Let's talk a little bit about zero login and before we exploit this box. So this is the zero login vulnerability. So what is zero login? Zero login is a Windows exploit which allows an unauthenticated user to communicate with an Active Directory domain controller, otherwise known as a DC, and change the domain controller's computer account password. So this is a really bad thing. If we come across a Windows machine in an Active Directory environment, this is one of the first vulnerabilities we should check for. So the reason why we can check for the zero login vulnerability very early on in our engagement is because the zero login vulnerability, we don't need any credentials in order to check for it. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to use our good old netexec program, and netexec is a program that is basically an all-in-one toolkit. For Windows penetration testing tests. So we're going to give these arguments. So first of all, what we need to do is we need to netexec, which is abbreviated to NXC. We're going to specify a protocol to scan against. In this case, it's going to be the SMB protocol. And we're going to give an IP address over here. So basically the IP address of the system. We're going to give a username, which is blank, and a password, which is blank, because we don't need to be authenticated to check for this vulnerability. And we're going to check for the vulnerability using the netexec program's zero logon module. So this module is going to check whether or not the server is vulnerable to the zero logon vulnerability. So when we do this, it's going to tell us that this server is vulnerable to the zero logon vulnerability. So what next? So there's a convenient module on Metasploit which can be used to exploit the zero logon vulnerability. So let's go ahead and use this Metasploit module. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go over to another terminal here. And we're going to start up our Metasploit console with this command right here. So from there, there's a specific Metasploit module. So we can actually search for this as well. Let's try searching for it. So once the Metasploit module comes online, so of course we've got this great splash screen whenever we start up Metasploit. Okay, so we've got access to the console now. So we're inside of Metasploit, and Metasploit is basically a it's a platform where you got access to a lot of different exploits and other tools for pen testing and all sorts of other hacking goodness. So here we're going to search for a particular module with the search command, and we're going to search for something called zero logon. So here we've got the module here. It is number 0 in the list, so we would just use 0, and then we have access to this this particular module. Okay, so let's clear, and let's show info. So it says here, what is this module? It's the netlogon weak cryptographic authentication module, located over here, and got our credits. But more importantly, we've got we've got a list of different things that we need to input before we're able to. TG Artist says, I was trying to see how to use Metasploit. Nice timing. Metasploit is a pretty deep topic. I don't claim to be very good at using Metasploit. I only ever use the Metasploit modules that I need to, but yeah. Let's see. Schizophrenic says, maybe dumb question, but why are we in the TMP directory? So the reason we're in the TMP directory and why I like to do everything in the TMP directory is that when I do these kind of demonstrations, I tend to collect a lot of different files, and I don't want to keep these files. I just basically want these things to go away when I'm done. If I work inside of the temp directory, when I turn off this virtual machine, they're all going to disappear. And that's exactly what I want. I don't want to keep any of this stuff. I hope that answers your question. Okay. Where were we? Okay, so let's so for any particular Metasploit module, if we want to use it, we have to figure out what settings we want to provide. So we can give this command over here, show settings. Show settings is show options. Show options. And this is going to tell us what variables we need to plug into the module to get it to work. So it's going to tell us here what we need to provide, if it's required or not. So we need to give it an NB name, and we have to give it an rhost value. So basically, NB name is going to be the server's net BIOS name. Okay, so the server's net BIOS name, I think in this case it's DC01. Let's go ahead and go to the nmap output over here. So we've got nmap. So computer name, net BIOS computer name is DC01. Okay, so this is what we need here. So we're just going to go ahead and set NB name. So set NB name C01. Okay, and we need to set the rhost, which is the IP address. So in this case, the IP address is set rhost 90. I forgot the IP address. What is it? It's this one. 192.1. Okay, let me copy that. Then go back. Set rhost to this IP address. Okay. And then after we've done that, we're going to show options again. So required, yes. Required, yes. We have both of these checks filled in. And from here, all we need to do is give the exploit command. So we can type in the word exploit, or we can type in the word run. If we want to be dramatic, we can type in the word exploit, hit enter. Okay. So it says here, running the module against this IP address, connecting to the endpoint mapper service, binding, bound, successfully authenticated, successfully set the machine account password to this over here, which is empty. So basically, we've set the DC01 computer account to an empty password. So Samuel says, I'm going to follow you now so I can go back over the videos. Because of the time zone, it was past my bedtime. Samuel Omaware, thank you very much for joining on YouTube. And thank you very much for the subscribe. I really appreciate it. But hope you can watch the videos and get some good insight out of them. Thank you very much. Okay, so now that the DC01 password is set to empty, we can do some other exploitation. Let me talk a little bit about this. Okay. So once we have the DC computer account's password, we can use the Impacket secrets dump module to get every user's password hash. So the DC01, so this is the domain controller. If we have the domain controller's credentials, we can dump all of the password hashes for all of the users on the Active Directory domain. So basically, because we compromised the domain controller computer account, we can get all the password hashes for every user. And we're going to do that with this command over here. We're going to do impacket secrets dump over here. So we need to do impacket secrets dump to provide the domain and then the name of the computer account, which is DC01. We need to provide the password, which is empty, because we've used the zero logon exploit to set the computer account to an empty password, and then we have to provide the IP address over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and dump out all the password hashes. Okay, we need to provide the password. The password is nothing. Okay, so remote operations failed, but did it really fail? Because we got the password hashes. All right, so here we've got all of the accounts. We've got administrator, guest, and all the other user accounts here, and we have their password hashes right here. So this is an NTLM password. The first part of the password is common to every account. So this is common to everything. What is after this colon over here, this is the actual password hash. This is the LM password hash. So what we can do is we can pass this password hash to different programs to try to authenticate as this account right here, the administrator account. So let me copy that. And let's talk a little bit about this. Okay, so for our privilege escalation part of the walkthrough, we're going to do this. We're going to use this privilege escalation technique, which is called the pass the hash attack. So we're using the pass the hash attack with the administrator account, which means that if we're able to get some sort of terminal access with the administrator user, we've basically compromised the entire machine. So here, if we have the password hashes for Windows users, there are several services that accept hashes in the place of passwords, such as WinRM. So we can go ahead and confirm this with netexec. So running netexec over here, right? Okay, so netexec. First of all, let's confirm that this is the administrator user's password hash. We're going to give user administrator, and we're not going to give a password. We're going to give a hash. So we're going to give a hash. We're going to paste in the hash, and we're going to use the SMB protocol to figure out if these are valid credentials. So we're going to run this command. So it says that this is these are valid credentials. And here, because it is the administrator account, it tells us that we've pwned the system. So we haven't quite pwned the system yet. What we need to do is we need to make sure we can get some sort of terminal access. So what we're going to do is we're going to give the same command, but instead of the SMB protocol, we're going to scan against the WinRM protocol. If we have WinRM access as the administrator user, it's game over. So let's run this. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Hen Kuros. Thank you very much, and welcome to the HackerFrogs. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a good old hack the planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so we're gonna run this command to figure out if we have access as the administrator user with WinRM. Remember that WinRM is basically terminal access on the system that's usually limited to administrators. Okay, so we have WinRM access as the administrator user using the password hash here. So the last thing we need to do to complete the exercise is to get terminal access. We're going to do that with a little program called enable WinRM. So remember, when we did our Nmap scan, thank you very much for following TG Artist on Twitch. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, TG Artist, and welcome to the HackerFrogs. How about we give you a how about we give you a go to hack? I hope everybody can go to hack and have a great day.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Carl,
Yes.
you hear me? You got it.
Hack.
You got it.
Hack.
You did.
Have a great day.
Alright, hope everybody's having a great day. So, in the nmap output over here, we saw that. We saw that this port was open. So TCP 5985. So this is the WinRM port. So because the WinRM port is open and we have access as the administrator user, we're going to log in to the WinRM service. We're going to use Evil WinRM. So Evil WinRM is a little tool that we use to interface with the WinRM service. We have to provide it with an IP address, which is this over here. We have to give a user, which is administrator in this case, and we need to give a password. Well, we could give a password or a password hash. In this case, we have a password hash. Provide here. So let's go ahead and run the command. So this is going to start up a PowerShell terminal over here for us. If we ask who am I, it says we are the administrator on the 0 system, which means that we've finished the exercise. All right, so let's do some voice changing and call on good old Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and hey, looks like your server was vulnerable to zero logon, huh? Well, looks like you didn't do your patching, because if you patched, you would not be vulnerable to this exploit. Maybe you knew about the security implications, or maybe you accepted the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
All right, so we've got before we finish off the exercise, we've got a break coming up on Twitch, so we're just gonna take a little break, and we're gonna come back and finish the exercise after the break is over. But hey everybody, TG Artist says that was so good. Thank you very much. Anyways, let's just play some bird feeder clips over here, and we'll be back in about a minute or so. Everybody enjoy the bird feeder and we'll be back in about a minute. So everybody, what's your favorite bird? If you've got a favorite bird, let us know, and maybe we can look up your favorite bird. I love this little guy. He stuffs his mouth full of peanuts and he goes and hides them, but he can't collect any more peanuts because his mouth is full. But he still tries. If you got a favorite bird, let us know what your favorite bird is in the chat. And yeah, because I love the birds. They're great. All right, we've got the ads ending in just a little bit. Let's put the birds away. Okay, so we're very close to finishing this exercise. I guess since we rooted the machine, we can give this redeem as well.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so in order to finish any one of these exercises, what we need to do is we need to access the root flag in either the directory on Linux or on the administrator's desktop directory inside of Windows. So we were in the user administrator's documents directory, so we're just going to back out. And we see we've got the desktop over here. Let's go into the desktop. We see the root flag is here, but we're not going to read root flag because the organizers over at HackMyVM, well, we want to be nice to them and we don't want to reveal the any challenge flags on live stream. So what we're going to do is we're going to read a .txt file, but redirect it into a file called iRead.root.txt. So when we do that, create an identical file to the root.txt file, and it's the same size. So we've effectively read the root.txt file here. All right. So everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Zero Machine from hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons underneath the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out! Alright, we're not leaving. Please don't go, everybody. We still have some stuff to do, but we're just creating little YouTube videos. So I have to do my YouTube intro and outro each time I make one of these videos. And what we're going to do is we're going to a new platform, and we're going to do another Windows exercise, one that I haven't seen before. So I might get stuck. I might prove to everybody that I'm a huge fraud and I can't do Windows pen testing, but we're going to find out. And the platform that we're looking at is called the hackerlabs.com. So I actually recently discovered this platform, and this is a Spanish cybersecurity education platform. So I think, okay, so this is all in Spanish over here, but you can actually run your Google Translate on the webpage as well. I'm going to translate from Spanish to English, and then we can get it all in English. Isn't technology wonderful? So what you want to do to complete any of these exercises is to download the virtual machine, deploy it on your network, and then you can start hacking against it. So just like the Zero Challenge that we did just now. I'm going to shut down the Zero Challenge here, because we're finished with it. Okay, so just exit out of here. That's it. Let me reset all of my terminals, because finished with their previous challenge. Okay, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna hack against this Windows challenge as well. I haven't seen it before. If anybody has any experience with Windows hacking, maybe you can provide. Schizophrenic says, "Do you have Kali bare metal?" No. This is a Kali Linux virtual machine that I'm running right here. The reason why I run Kali Linux as a virtual machine is because of snapshots. So I've screwed up my my Kali Linux system many times, and each time I screw it up, I just revert it back to a previous snapshot, and then my machine is not screwed up anymore. So that's the big benefit to running Kali Linux as a virtual machine. So what do we need to do first? We need to start up the virtual machine first, so let me start up that challenge. The challenge is called Microchoft. And I see from... So we're going to see in just a bit... Okay, not shut down successfully. Let's start as normally. We're going to see that this is not a modern version of Windows. So this is actually a Windows 7. This is a Windows 7 system. So whenever we do testing against one of these old versions of Windows, that means a lot of exploits. We're going to have to test for a lot of exploits. So there are a lot of SMB exploits that might be that a system might be vulnerable to. So we're going to do all of those checks first. Anyways, let's figure out where the machine is on the network. Let's run nmap. So we're going to run nmap with this command over here to do a ping sweep, and we're going to try to figure out where the machine is on the network. So we see here that this is a VirtualBox system, and it is at this IP address here. So this is our own TACBox's IP address, and that means we're going to be scanning against this. Okay, let's do nmap. Here. Okay. So we're going to scan all ports. We're going to scan very verbose. We're going to scan fast but not too fast. Versioning information, and run common scripts against all of the services that we find. So this nmap scan is pretty much identical to the one we did for the last one. Let's run the scan, and we find Windows ports right away. So this is pretty much a dead giveaway that we're dealing with the Windows system. Got port 135, port 445, and port 139. And there's probably going to be a bunch of ports on the 4000 range, like this. So these are all our PC ports. This is NetBIOS, and these two are SMB. Okay, so because we know that there's SMB available on the system, we can do some SMB enumeration. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to another console here. We're going to run this command right here. So enum for Linux is basically a tool we can use to enumerate the SMB service. So it's 192, 168, 200, is it 3? I think it's 3. Okay. We're going to see if we can get any information from the SMB service by running the enum for Linux. Okay, so NT status access denied. So we weren't able to get anything with able to get any. Actually, wait. No. We weren't able to find any file shares. Okay. All right. So let's try netexec. So you can run netexec against the SMB service. Let's try with no user and no password. And let's try to get shares. So file shares in the system. Okay, so we weren't able to get them. We got access denied with no username and password. So the next thing we could do is we could try guest and see if the guest account is enabled on the system. So status account disabled. So there's no guest account on the system because they've disabled that account. So what can we do next? Let's take a look at if there are any other ports on the system. Okay. So we've only got 135, 139, and 445. We know that this is a Windows 7 install because it's reported over here. Windows 7 Home Basic. So this particular service pack right here. I wonder if this machine is vulnerable to common SMB vulnerabilities. So common SMB vulnerabilities would be something like Eternal Blue. You could also try. We can't try netlogon because netlogon is limited to Active Directory. Okay, so let's search. We can try common SMB vulnerabilities. I'm going to go to another terminal here. We're going to run scan against port 445 and 139. And we're going to run. Use nmap to run vulnerability scripts. I need to look that up. Let's go ahead and go to our favorite website. website, which is Hacktricks. So Hacktricks is a great repository of different hacking techniques, and if you're interested, you can take a look over here. You can basically search for any particular service or port or technology that you're hacking against, and see if they have a Hacktricks article for it. So for example, I'm going to go over here, I'm going to search for SMB vulnerabilities, and Nmap. So let's see, pen testing, SMB, automatic commands, okay. Okay. So Hacktricks, SMB, I'm gonna look for vulnerabilities. Let's see, vuln scan with map. So we run nmap, verbose, okay. Script is SMB. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, we go and SMB vulnerabilities. We're going to run all of the SMB vulnerabilities by running this over here. So SMB vuln star, which is basically everything. Okay, let's go ahead and try this. See if we can get anything good. So, access denied for this. Vulnerable. What is this? So, NS1710. What is MS1710? Is this one... is this Eternal Blue? I need to look this up. So let's look up MS17... 1710. Okay, so we've got the report from Microsoft over here. Ah, Eternal Blue. Okay, so this is Eternal Blue. This is an infamous SMB exploit on Windows, and it's through Eternal Blue that the WannaCry ransomware virus was spread around. This actually has its own Wikipedia article. Security exploit. If anybody's interested in taking a look at the article here, find it at this URL. But there's a pretty dramatic story about Eternal Blue. It was leaked to the public because it was originally created by the NSA organization from the US. And it was developed by the NSA, and it was stolen from the NSA by a group of hackers known as the Shadow Brokers. So this was probably one of my first this was one of the most exciting stories I ever listened to on a little podcast that's called Darknet Diaries. So if anybody doesn't know about Darknet Diaries, oh, it's up for sale? I don't think so. Let's search for it. Darknet Diaries. So this is a podcast that talks about different stories about hackers and the darknet and all sorts of other great stuff. They did a couple of episodes about this. Robotech83 says, "I love Darknet Diaries." Yeah, me too. This particular vulnerability called Eternal Blue was covered in the episode called Shadow Brokers. There we go. Episode 53. So if anybody's interested in listening to this, you can listen to it from here. Schizophrenic says, Darknet Diaries episode, Jeremy from marketing got me into this stuff. Yeah, well, when I started listening to Darknet Diaries, I think this was around the time when I got into it. This is from 2019. I got into cybersecurity around like March or April of 2020. So it's just a little bit after this episode came out that I got interested in cybersecurity. But a lot of people got interested in cybersecurity through Darknet Diaries. Episode 36. Let's look at 6. Jeremy from marketing. Okay. Yeah, this was a pretty good episode as well. So a company hires a penetration tester to post as a new hire. Jeremy from marketing to see how much he can hack to on the first week of the job. So it's a pretty funny episode if anybody's interested in that. I'll just drop the link for this one as well. There you go. Okay, so let's see if we can hack MS1701. So what we're going to do is, I think there's a pretty good Metasploit module for this as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to start up a Metasploit console and see if I can get access by using the Metasploit module. Okay. So if this goes as planned, this is going to be a very short session. So I might do another machine after this if I'm able to pop this box really, really quickly. So let's search for this vulnerability. Okay, so we've got double pulsar, eternal blue. So exploit Windows SMB. So this one has an average rating. This one has a great rating. It says double pulsar RCE execution. Execute payload x64. Okay, so another thing that we need to determine with these older Windows systems is whether or not they're running a 64-bit architecture or not. Because some of the really old Windows systems are still running 32-bit processors. So we need to figure out what kind of processor this system is running. We might be able to get this information from Nmap. Let's go over the Nmap. Looks like Nmap isn't going to help us here. Anyways, let's try and see if the 64-bit version works. And if it doesn't, we can try the 32-bit version later. So over here, SMB double pulsar RCE. Maybe we should just stick to the regular eternal blue. So let's go ahead and try this one over here. So number 0 on the list. So we can just access it by using use 0. So no payload configured, defaulting to Windows interpreter TCP. So one great thing about using the Metasploit framework is that we can get interpreter reverse shells or interpreter shells in general, which are a bit more functional than regular old reverse shells. Anyways, let's show options. Let's see what we need to plug into the module before they're working. So we need to get our hosts, we need to get our port, we need to get verify architecture. So we know that this is Windows 7. Verify target. Okay. And then we need to set our payload options, which in this case is going to be a Windows 64-bit interpreter versus TCP payload. Set our... Okay, so we can set our L host. I think we're running on ETH1. We're going to set L host ETH1. Set L port. So this is all for our payload options, which is basically our reverse shell stuff. And I'm going to set... I don't like reverse shells on arbitrary port numbers. I like to set them to realistic port numbers. Port 440. Okay, so exploit target, automatic target. So we should probably specify the target. We know that the target is running Windows 7. So show targets. So automatic target Windows 7. We know that this is Windows 7, so maybe we should set our target to Windows 7. So set target 1. Oh, sorry. Set targets 1. I mean target. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we set the target to 1. And next we need to set the rhost. I think rhost is the last thing we need to set. So this is just the IP address of the target. So set rhost is 192.168.200. Okay. So we've got target Windows 7, great. All this stuff looks correct. It's listening over here. And okay, so everything's set up. Let's go ahead and run this exploit. So if the exploit runs, we should get a reverse shell connection. Interpreter. Let's go ahead and try it out. Okay. So it looks like, so it says the target is vulnerable, connecting to the target for exploitation. So sending stage interpreter, session 1 opened, and it tells us win. Is it win because we are the administrator user or we're the system user? Okay, so I think we can just give the shell command and drop into the OS shell. Ask who am I? That really is a win. So we were able to get system access. So we're NT Authority System, which is the highest level of access on a Windows machine, and we were able to get it through exploiting the Eternal Blue exploit. So let's call out Gary Hacker Voice Man again. Hold on.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man, the guy that smokes 1,000 packs of cigarettes every day. Anyways, well, Mr. Microchoft server administrator, it seems you didn't patch your server for Eternal Blue. Well, that was a big mistake. Everybody knows that Eternal Blue is a major vulnerability that you can patch very easily, but it looks like you either knew about the problem but didn't care, or you accepted the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. Ha 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 ha. And now we're root.
Okay, so we've rooted the system. All we need to do now is to access the flags, and the flags are going to be in the C users administrator directory. Nope, C users, and we've got admin. Huh? So it's not. They renamed the administrator account. That's interesting. So admin account is going to be on the desktop. Actually. Okay, admin.txt.txt. Great. So we can just we're gonna redirect this into a iRed admin.txt.txt because we're not revealing flags on this live stream, and then we can get this again. Okay, so we effectively read the admin.txt.txt file, which is the file that we need to access to finish this exercise. Alright, so everybody, that was much quicker than usual. Usually I get stuck at some point, and then then I get frustrated and start using profanity, and it's a bad time for everybody. But this one was surprisingly easy, because we exploited the Eternal Blue exploit. You know what? I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna try the next machine from this platform. So that didn't take very long. So we're just going to roll into the next challenge from this platform. Let me get out of here. Let me get out of here. Okay. So everybody, if you have any questions about any of the commands we were doing on this challenge, please let us know, and we'll answer your questions in chat. I'm going to shut down this machine, and then we're going to do the next challenge from the platform. So let me close this out. Actually, let's try one from that's not on the schedule yet. So we're going to go back to I haven't downloaded those yet. Okay, we're gonna have to do one from the one that I've already downloaded. Okay. So the next machine on the list. Let's do the last one for this week. This one is called potato salad, otherwise known in Spanish as ensalada papas. I don't know how to speak Spanish, but I really appreciate Spanish-speaking people creating CTF platforms like this. Let's run the potato salad machine, and we're going to try to hack that. So let me start up the machine. Oh, have I not? I haven't created the machine yet. Hold on. I need to do a little bit of administration, but we're going to do a break, an ad break anyways. So please enjoy the birds while I do some stuff off screen. Just a second, everybody. Right, these virtual machines. This one is salad. I love the fact that there's this intense music going on while the birds are taking a bath. It's very appropriate. The ads have started up on Twitch. It's going to take about a minute, so we're just going to... Oh, looks like it's asking me... Back in just about a minute, folks. Okay, looks like I've started up the machine. They've got the potato salad challenge running over here. Let me put the birds away. Okay, so let me I gotta change my overlays as well in just a second. So you're gonna see at the frog over there, and those are the names of the challenges we're covering. And we've got the names HMV 0 and THL Microchoft, but I'm going to change that so that it reflects the actual challenge. The actual challenge we're doing is the potato salad challenge. Okay. All right. Let's start the challenge. As usual, we're going to need to locate the machine on the network. We're just going to do that with nmap, ping sweep. We're figure out which IP address we are. It looks like the machine is on address number 13, IP range. So let's go ahead and run our nmap. Okay, so just so we get the scan done really fast, we can actually crank up the speed for nmap. We're going to set it to T5, which is pretty dang fast. Okay, what do we have here? So we've got port 80, port 135, 139, 445, a bunch of ports on the 40,000 range, so this is all very standard. So we know that the so this machine is not Active Directory joined, it doesn't look like, because we haven't gotten any Active Directory specific ports open, but we do have a web page, so we might as well try and investigate that web page first. So let's go ahead and go to this IP address in the web browser. Okay, so this looks like the default Windows IIS server, and so IIS is Windows version of Apache, basically. But let's see if there's any comments here. So it looks like we don't have anything super relevant here. But what other ports are open? So I guess I don't think we're going to find anything through directory busting, but I could be wrong, so I might as well do some directory busting. We're going to try to figure out what endpoints are available on port 80 over here. First, we're going to run dirb, figure out if there are any common endpoints on the system. So we found a directory called ASP client. Okay. So ASP client system web. That's actually pretty good information. So let's go ahead and go to these directories. So ASP_client. We found system web in there. Of course, this stuff is all going to be in Spanish because the Hackers Labs website is a Spanish language platform, so sometimes we're going to have to do some translation from English to Spanish. Actually, we can do it in here. Just translate from Spanish to English. Aha! Yes. Of course. Let's see. ASP client. There was also system web. System_web. Okay, same thing. Okay, I guess from here what we can do is we can also run a Nicto scan. So Nicto is another kind of old program, but in this case, Nicto is a web app vulnerability scanner. So sometimes it's able to pick up some very old vulnerabilities, and I think so. The version of the IIS server is usually pretty closely correlated to the version of Windows, and in this case, it's reporting IIS version 7, which means we're probably dealing with Windows 7 or Windows 8. Got the ASP.NET version header over here. Okay, let's try directly navigate into this page. Okay. Let's translate this. The resource is not found. Huh. It doesn't exist. Strange. Okay. Let's try some more directory busting. So what we're going to do is we're going to run GoBuster. And we're going to run GoBuster on this endpoint. Oops, that's not the endpoint I want. On its IP address. Okay, let's look at the... What was it called again? Thank you very much for following Spumga. Spumch? I'm not sure. Please tell me how to pronounce your username, and I'll try to pronounce your username correctly. Spun. Let's, why don't you have a Nyan Cat on me? Welcome to the stream, Sponge, and welcome to the HackerFrogs. Okay, so what do we got? Let's okay, so we're gonna. What was the name of that directory? The directory was called ASP_client. So let's go ahead and scan that. _client. So you can also look for some specific extensions: XT, HTM, HTML, ASP, and ESPX. What else can we look at? Zip files or back files. I think this is a pretty good start. Okay, let's look inside this directory and see if we can enumerate any endpoints. Haven't found anything so far. All right. Let's move on. Oh, we can. I don't think this is probably false positive. Status 4. Yeah, I think anything that that has a star in the file path is going to come out with some sort of weird error. This is too. All right, so let's try doing some SMB enumeration. Of course. Okay. Oh, okay. So our Nmap scan completely came back. Have here. So we got the net BIOS name, so the name of this computer, it's this. These are all PC ports. This is an API of some sort. And so now that our Nmap scan has come back, we can start doing some SMB enumeration. So let's go ahead and do that. Grab. So we're going to do good old enum for Linux, and we're going to see if enum for Linux can find anything. So it looks like we weren't able to find anything with enum for Linux. Yeah, okay. That said, let's go ahead and try netexec. So netexec. So this is 12, right? Is this 12? This is 13. I'm gonna look for empty username and empty password. Try to get some shares. Okay. So, can we access the system? So, error enumerating shares access denied. Okay, so let's go ahead and try our guest account. So on a Spanish system, sometimes the guest account has a different name. It's not guest, I think it's called invitado, I think. If anybody knows the word for guest in Spanish, please let us know in the chat. And please let us know if it is, in fact, invitado. Shivren says the music is a bit loud. Okay, let me turn down the music. Okay. Status account disabled. So invitado is the name of the guest account in Spanish. So let's So I guess that was a bust. Okay, so what can we do from here? We've got our web enumeration going here. This is all status 400. Looks like none of this is good. So what is the name of this challenge? The name of this challenge was potato salad. Should probably try to do some SMB enumeration here as well. So let's try running this on 49 and 45. And we can run those SMB vulnerability scans. What was it? Over here. These. The SMB vulnerabilities. Okay, so let's run this. See if we've got SMB vulnerabilities on this box. Okay, so it looks like we're not able to connect. Oh, we need to identify the service first. Okay, so let's do information. Very verbose. Let's try that again. So while we're doing this, we might as well look at something else. Status 500. Okay, so it looks like scanning inside this directory was a bit of a bust. Let's try scanning in the ASP.NET. What was the other directory again? The other directory was web services or something? The other directory was system_web. Is it system_web? Scan again. This was 13, right? HTTP. That's not it. So ASP client system_web. Okay. So let's do system_web. Okay, so we're doing directory busting inside the system_web. Got the same sort of errors here. So it looks like we couldn't find any common SMB vulnerabilities here. That's fine. Let's try looking for some more SMB vulnerabilities. Netexec. Let's go to So we're going to give a empty username and password. SMB. And the other modules. So for anybody who doesn't know, there's actually a wiki that's associated with Netexec. It's called the Netexec wiki. Access it from. Hello, everybody. So of course, Netexec is pretty much the pen testing tool that we use when we're scanning against Windows targets, because it handles it actually handles a lot of different protocols. So it handles SMB, LDAP, WinRM. I think it even does FTP and MS SQL. So we can use this to scan against all sorts of Windows stuff. And I'm gonna look for the modules. So module options using multiple modules. Okay. So Petit Potam, Print Nightmare, got Shadow Chorus, Spook, some other ones. So module options, using a module, available modules for a protocol. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this. Let's go to another tab. So what protocol should we scan against? Let's try SMB. Let's see what all the SMB modules there are. Thinking, okay, so we have a lot of them actually. So let's see, Wi-Fi, web, dump. Oh, these are high privilege modules. We can't use these. Let's see, low privilege modules. Okay. So coerce plus, see if the target is vulnerable to any vulns. So I actually don't know very much about coerce vulns. Oh, there's the eternal blue. You can actually scan. Well, we're pretty sure that this is not vulnerable to eternal blue. What else is there? Print Nightmare. I guess we could check if it's vulnerable to Print Nightmare. Let's go over here, and we can use the Print Nightmare module to figure out if this system is vulnerable to Print Nightmare. Nothing came back, so it's probably not vulnerable to Print Nightmare. Okay. Printer bug. So just for fun, let's test and see if it's vulnerable to Eternal Blue. It's probably not. So if we run out of options, what we could do is we could try to what could we even do? Could we try to force for usernames? Maybe. Although it would not be very fun. That's my nmap. Isn't able to find anything here. Okay, let's try looking in the webroot. So let's just get rid of all this. Okay. Leave this running for a bit. Same stuff again. Zoc? What? What? Zoc.aspx? All right, this is a lead. Let's go ahead and try accessing this. Where were we? Here. Zoc.aspx. Didn't expect that. HackSmarter, hello, nice to see you here. HackSmarter is a great Twitch and YouTube cybersecurity content creator. If you do not know about them, I'm going to give them a shout out. HackSmarter, let me know, how's your Spanish? Are you do you hables español? Because if you do, I found another great cybersecurity platform to do CTF exercises. So the platform is called the Hackers Lab. Appreciate it. My Spanish is terrible, so I found a Spanish language CTF platform, another one, and it's over here. So we're currently doing an exercise Google Translate extension has great Spanish skills. Yeah, well, AI has great Spanish skills in general. But yeah, they've got all sorts of great stuff over here. Let's do a quick. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Ocho inches. Speaking of Spanish, Ocho inches means 8 inches, I guess. I don't know what that might be a reference to, but welcome to the stream. Let's see. Mi español es what? Bastante bueno. All right. I don't know if that's. I don't know if I should be saying that, but yeah, this is a Spanish-speaking cybersecurity platform. If you're interested in that. So what do they have here? They actually have a lot of good stuff, and this is all free. So what do they have? They've got offensive security stuff, which is basically boxes you can download. They've got defensive security stuff, which I haven't checked out yet. Let's check that out really quick. So what do we have here for defensive cybersecurity? These are... I guess they've got some different labs over here where you can look over logs and stuff. What else do we have? We've got Active Directory, so they've got some dedicated Active Directory boxes you can download and hack against. They've got OSINT stuff. I have not looked at this. Let's look at it really quick and see if this is... So I guess these are... We've got 2 beginners level, some... let's say, let's see, translate that. So I'm not sure how exactly you do these OSINT challenges, but it looks like a lot of fun. So we got OSINT, we've got Windows, we've got Linux, we've got Android, and we've got pivoting. So this is actually something. So Hack Smarter might be interested in this because. It looks like they have some challenges where you deploy multiple VMs and then you can do pivoting from one VM to another. I haven't really investigated this too much, but I wonder if you could try giving this a try on your stream, because if this works, there are not very many exercises where you can get to practice pivoting, especially not for free. So this would be really cool if you could. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying it could be an interesting exercise for you to go make a video. Yeah. But we definitely want to give more love to some lesser known cybersecurity platforms out there. They've got well, I don't think they have wireless yet, but they're planning on doing a bunch of other stuff. So, but just wanted to call that to your attention. And to anybody who isn't following Hack Smarter on Twitch or YouTube, go ahead and let me grab your links. I'll just drop them in chat. Okay, so infosecstreams.com. Let's look for Hack Smarter. There we go. So this is Hack Smarter's Twitch channel. Here. And here's Hack Smarter's YouTube channel, and go ahead and give those a follow. You will not regret it. Okay, let's continue. No problem. I really appreciate everything you do for the community, Hack Smarter. Let's Zoc.aspx. This doesn't exist. Why did it show up? Is that a false positive? Wait, there's upload functionality here? Okay, everybody, if you can upload something to a web server, and then you're able to locate where that file goes, then you can do something called file upload attacks. And yeah, so let's go ahead and try that. This is an ASPX page, so we can assume that this server can execute ASPX code. So let's go ahead and get an ASPX reverse shell. So, man, I had one. ASPX shell. Oh, okay. Let's play some other music. Got all sorts of great music. Let's try something from one of my favorite games called Independence War. Get that playlist. No. Let me turn it up just a smidge. This is a great soundtrack. Okay, so ASPX reverse shell. Let's go ahead and try using this one. So ASPX, great. Let's go ahead and copy this. And then let's create this file on our Kali Linux. Reverse.aspx. Okay. So I think I'm pretty sure I've used this shell before. You just need to change a couple of variables out before you use it. The first thing you need to change out is the IP address, and that's going to be, I think I'm 6. Let's check that. Let's confirm that. So this is my IP address. Okay. And the next thing we need to do is we need to change out our port number. I like to use port. And with that, we're going to save out the file. And we're going to start a reverse shell listener on port 443. So, good friend of the stream, Pebble, introduced me to this program right here called rlwrap. Oh, rlwrap is not installed. Okay, I need to install it really. So rlwrap is a little program you can use to get better functionality out of netcat shells. So rlwrap, we're going to run that with netcat. Spell correctly. I'm just going to set up my netcat listener on port 443. Okay, so now that the listener's set up, we've got ads coming up on Twitch very, very soon. While the ads are running, I'm not gonna be progressing, and we're gonna be watching some bird feeder videos. But it's a bit loud. That's a little. Okay, so we've got our ads running on Twitch right now. Let's watch some birds. This is what everybody was waiting for, right? We're going to be running ads for the next minute or so please enjoy the birds. I'm going to take this opportunity to have a little drink. Okay, so we've got this bird having grabbing some peanuts and what we have here. We've got cashews, we've got other seeds, but then hold on, got the bully bird coming in. Hold on. I shouldn't like this as much as I do. So this bird comes in and he bullies the other bird. That other bird is really sad. It's bird on bird social violence. All right, so I don't know why I find this funny. Anyways, let's put the bully birds away, and then let's continue with our enumeration. So we've got our reverse shell listener set up on over here. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to try uploading a file to the server here. It's going to look inside our temp directory. shell file over here. .aspx. I'm gonna try uploading this. So it says invalid file, try again. Okay, so obviously this file is being filtered somehow. We need to figure out what file it will accept. Let's try creating a couple of different file extensions. We're gonna try making a text file, text.txt. Just gonna put in this file. I'll upload cape. It's not how you spell it. There you go. Okay. All right. So we've got this this test file that we can try uploading. Browse. Let's try uploading this file. This is also an invalid file. Wonder what kind of file it does accept. So zoc.aspx. What does the word zoc mean? Maybe it means something in Spanish. Let's go to Google Translate. So if we're Spanish, zoc doesn't mean anything. Okay, so what kind of file to upload properly? We should probably try figuring out in Burp Suite. Let's try it. So let's start up Burp Suite. Then we're going to open up our Burp Suite browser. So if anybody's wondering what challenge this is the potato salad challenge from the Hackers Labs. Let's go over to our proxy browser. Okay, and let's get the web page. Firefox everything. This is the secure file upload. Is that the name? Oh, okay. Let's copy that to the browser. Paste it in. Okay, so here we're going to try uploading something. Just going to try uploading some text file. Valid file. Okay. So now that this is recorded, we can go ahead and go to Burp Suite. Here. The HTTP history. See the post request that we made over to the zoc.aspx endpoint. So let's go ahead and send that to the Suite repeater. Let's see, file upload test.txt. This is text.plain. This is the contents of the file over here. This is a post request. Let's see if there's anything interesting in these file headers. HTTP headers. I don't think so. It's pretty straightforward. Okay. Let's try sending this. In the response, it says invalid file. Try again. Tommy C06, hello. Nice to see you here. And yeah, let's give you a fun redeem. This is a new one. If anybody knows what movie this is from, let us know.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Alright, so welcome to the stream, Tommy. Nice to see you here. Okay, so we're trying to figure out what kind of files, what kind of file extensions. Tommy says, I'm just changing my grades. Yeah, that's there's a lot of that in that movie. Ray says, "Hello, Shay hey. That's a new one. I'm the Shy Hat, if anybody's wondering. But welcome to the stream, Ray. Nice to see you here. Let's give you a fun little hack the planet, just for showing up.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
No worries, no worries. I get people mispronouncing my name all the time. That's okay. Okay, so let's see. So we need to figure out what kind of files are accepted by the system here. Just Mr. Shy Hat. Mr. Shy Hat was his father. Yeah. No worries. No worries. So we need to figure out what file extensions are accepted by this app. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to the request, and I'm going to save this as a file. Pop it a file. Call this request.txt. Save this out. Okay, so now got a file called request.txt in here. If we read it, this has all of the information for this particular web request, so this post request to the server. What we're going to do is we're going to change some of the information in here, and we're going to fuzz it. Tommy says, I passed my CompTIA project yesterday, first try. Oh, great. Project Plus. I don't know about that certificate, but congratulations, Tommy. What is it? A CompTIA Project Plus? Project Plus certification. Validates the abilities of project managers on globally recognized scale. Oh, great. Yeah. Awesome. It's all about project management. I have no idea what that actually entails, but I guess it's a lot of planning and managerial skills. I haven't heard of it before. I'm sorry, I don't know very much about it. Updating stakeholders. That sounds very manager-like. Yes, of course. All right, but congratulations on passing. Hey, let's give you a special redeem for passing. How about all the things?
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, so let's try some different. Let's try some different file extensions. So I'm going to go into request.txt file, and we're going to try fuzzing. You know what? I really wish I knew what content type was accepted. What else could be accepted? It won't accept text files. It won't accept... Maybe it'll accept a PNG file. ASCII? It doesn't accept regular text files. Let's try... Let's try nancat.png. So is this a PNG? Let's try... So this is a JPEG image. Let's do a JPEG image. So let's download this. And hold on. Let's get that file. Whoa. What's happening here? Hold on. Something bad happened to the terminal. Which terminal was that on? This one. Let's get it. Good. Yeah, let's make a new terminal. So wget, and let's get that press again. Image link. Huh, looks like the image link was really big. Yeah, that's no good. thought this was going to be easy. It turns out it wasn't. Why is this changed into basic C4? It's weird. Let's just save the image. Untitled.jpg. Let's put it in the... Let's call this cat.jpg. Let's put it in our temporary. That was there already. Okay, holy hash, Batman. Yep. Okay, so we've got this. Let's try uploading it to patient. Cat.jpg. File uploaded successfully. Okay, so it does accept the JPEG files. Okay. So now all we have to do is to import that. File uploading successfully. So cat.jpg. Can we find this on the web server? Let's see if we can find it on the web server. So first, saved to okay, it's not saved here. Let's see. Tommy says, off topic, but do you know SQL at all? I know enough SQL to do SQL injection, and as far as SQL injection is concerned, I know the basics of SQL injection, but I wouldn't call myself an expert. What do you want to know about SQL? If you have any specific questions about SQL, I can try answering them. But let me know. Okay, so what were the other directories? So there was a ASP client directory, I think. Nope. It's a web called web access or something. Tommy says, I was just wondering, taking it in school now. Yeah, you have to learn the basics of SQL in order to do you definitely need it for offensive cybersecurity, but you can also use it in defensive cybersecurity because you're going to be going some SQL logs and stuff occasionally. So it's a very, very useful skill to have. So system_web, right? System_web. Nope, can't find it there either. I wonder if there's a separate uploads directory. We're only able to create this, zoc.aspx. We need to find out where the files are being uploaded. Because if we can't find where the files are being uploaded, then uploading malicious files doesn't, it's not very effective. So maybe these are renamed. Let's try. So instead of cat.jpg, we'll try one.jpg. Zoc.jpg. Let's try this inside the... Okay. Tommy says, so after this SQL and cryptography class, I only have a Linux class, Python class, and then the CompTIA CYSA Plus and CompTIA Security, and a capstone, and I'll be done with my bachelor's. That sounds like a great thing to look forward to. Yeah, Python's great. I hope you can learn a lot in the Python class because in cybersecurity, you're gonna have to learn to read Python more than write Python, but writing Python becomes a lot easier if you're using something like an AI tool. But it's not easy if you don't know the basics of how to program using whatever language you're using the AI to help you write with. I'm only able to do debugging with Python scripts written by ChatGPT because I know something about Python. I'm not great at Python, but I know how to read it okay. But yeah, should be. That's certain. I think that you're going to have a lot of fun this year. I think 2025 is going to be a great year for all of us. Okay, let's go over to Burp Suite. Got our post request that was successful over here, right? And let's put that in the repeat. Tommy says, I've learned my Linux knowledge from these streams. Well, if you can pick up some Linux tricks by watching me, then I'm happy you're able to do that. I don't consider myself I don't consider myself all that great with Linux, but I know some tricks, and that's what hacking is. It's all about knowing right tricks. Okay, so let's send this. Let's send this. Request. In the response, we get file uploaded successfully. Okay, so what is in here? So method post action zoc.aspx form 1. Type name equals view state, ID equals view state. So we can't necessarily guess what directory this is going to. You know what? I might just send this to ChatGPT and see if it can guess where file is being uploaded. Okay, so let's go ahead and ask the AI. Okay. We are trying to figure out where on the server file is being uploaded to. Can you ID location? Yes. Okay, uploaded using the post method. A script called doc.aspx. File is likely a handler for the upload process to the server. There are some common patterns and steps you can take to tell. Okay. So same directory as the handler script. So files uploaded via zoc.aspx might be saved to the same directory this is. ASP, NET, or IS servers uploaded files might be temporarily stored in Windows temporary directory, app directory. The specific directory is configured. It might be something like /uploads or /files. Developers often configure an explicit path of server-side code in zoc.aspx. Common choices include uploads. Okay, so I'm pretty sure uploads doesn't exist. Or maybe there's a zoc directory. I don't think there is. If you can view the zoc.aspx file or its source code, I cannot. So all I can do is guess. Okay. So how do we figure this out? Let's go back to So it's obviously not saved directly to the web page. Wait, maybe there's a zoc directory. Let's try directly accessing something like that. Let's try curl. towards this, right? Let's just try accessing this. Okay, this works. So try zoc directory. This is a 404. This does not exist. Let's try zoc/cat.jpg. So this does not exist. Okay, so let's try the zoc directory inside of ASP client. Does not exist. And web something, right? Called system_web. System_web. So let's do that. Actually, you know what I could try? I could try running derb with another word list. I was having better luck with derb. Derb help. Man derb. We can specify a specific words, can't we? Stop on warning. Distorted says, solid move so far. Thank you very much, Distorted, and welcome to the chat. And Distorted on YouTube. Let's give you a fun Hack the Planet redeem. That's what we do.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, how do we give... Okay, derb, URL base, word file. Okay, so we can give a word list file. So let's go ahead and do that. Right here. So we're just going to do derb. And give it a word list file. Simon Dante, hello, nice to see you here. Let's see, seclists. We could. Well, I'm just gonna use the regular old directory list medium, and I'm gonna see if it's able to find anything. How's it hacking? We're trying a new platform right now. I'm pretty well known at this point for finding obscure cybersecurity platforms, but this is the one we're looking at right now. It's called the Hackers Lab, and it's basically it's a Spanish language cybersecurity platform, but it's kind of similar to stuff like hackmyvm.eu or Volnab. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Witch Hunter Bravo. Nice to see you here, and welcome to the HackerFrogs. Why don't you have a Nyan Cat? Because all about Nyan Cat. Distorted says, is that for training grounds like HTB? So it's kind of similar to, it's pretty similar to Volnab or hackmyvm.eu. It's basically a bunch of virtual machines that you can download and hack against, and they're in different categories like Android or pivoting. I'm actually really excited for pivoting because this is something we don't see very often. I think the pivoting challenges are deploying more than one VM at the same time. You have to hack into one of these VMs and then you can pivot to get access to another VM. That sounds very exciting. But if everybody's interested, you can go ahead and go there. And Sabernante says, "Oh, nice, entiendo poquito español." Entiendo. What? Let me translate that. Entiendo. Oh, poquito, a little bit, right? Poquito. Nice, nice, nice. What site is that? This is Google Translate. The other site is the Hackers Labs, which is a Spanish language cybersecurity site. But let's give it user share lists cluster directory list medium. Okay, let's see what happens. Witch Hunter Bravo says, do you do bug bounty? I do not do bug bounty, but somebody else in chat does bug bounty if they want to introduce themselves. But I don't do bug bounty. I know a little bit about how to do web app pen testing, but I wouldn't call myself a web app pen tester. Let's see. Bubblegum says, wait until I get my hands on Android sandboxes. We are hacking Quest devices. Sounds like a lot of fun, Bubblegum. Thank you. Tracer, Nmap, your connection tool. Don't forget to log routes failed and archived. No more free work. You can get paid for this stuff. Well, I mean, I'm trying to get paid by making cybersecurity education content. That's what I'm trying to do. Tommy says, you should make a Discord. Not everybody uses Reddit. I am planning on doing Discord in the future, but right now I just need to make sure there's more content on my other socials before I start up a Discord server. HackSmarter says, I've done some bug bounty with my largest bounty being $2,000, but honestly not a fan of it. Good if you just want experience, but a waste of time for me as an actual pen tester. You will spend a lot of time looking for bugs that end up being duplicates anyways. Witch Under Bravo says, I can't seem to understand how to find bugs. So we've got a few different perspectives in chat. So Witch Under Bravo, if you're looking to get into bug bounty hunting, then you might want to talk with some other people in Twitch chat. But Distorted, certainly, I get that no more free work, get paid. Yeah, I understand. Pen testers have a lot of fun. Yeah. Let's see. Witch Hunter Bravo, how much cybersecurity experience do you have? If you're, I don't know how newbie you are, Witch Hunter Bravo. Let us know how much tech experience you have. Do you have experience doing web development? Do you know how many programming languages do you understand? If you're completely new, that's fine, but just let us know what you already know, and then we can better give you some advice on where you should go next if you want to become a bug bounty hunter, or if you want to do something else. Wow, Derb is really slow. I think it's really slow because the word list file is really big. Thank you for redeeming the Stellar Jays. Oh, we've got ads going on right now. Okay, we've got ads, so we're gonna be let's watch some bird videos while the ads run out. There you go. There's a Stellar Jay enjoying some peanuts. Hold on, we'll be back in a minute. We don't want to do any hacking while the ads are running on Twitch. Tommy says, Sorta says, is that bias showdown? I'm not too sure what you're I'm not sure what you're referring to by showdown. Let us know. Oh. Okay, we'll be back in about 10 seconds. Looks like my timer is not exactly. Oh, the CCTV. No, this is not a Showdown CCTV feed. This is this is my own security footage. Those darn squirrels. They always show up to eat all the peanuts. Okay, so Witch Hunter Bravo says, I finished the Pentest Plus, as well as the Security Plus, finishing up Network Plus. I don't know much programming languages. I want to learn Python, JavaScript, and C++. That's all you need to jump off for a meeting. Thanks for the streaming. Oh, yes, thank you very much for showing up, HackSmarter. Everybody, if you're not following HackSmarter on Twitch, go ahead and follow HackSmarter on Twitch. Let me give you one last shout out. HackSmarter. I have to wait? I have to wait? Who are you to tell me I have to wait before giving a shout out? Let's find HackSmarter's stuff. Sex strings. Then HackSmart. Ooh, there's a lot of people streaming right now. Okay. Here's HackSmarter's Twitch. And here's HackSmarter's YouTube. And HackSmarter, have a Hack the Planet to send you out. See you next time.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Let's see. Bubblegum says C++ is almost useless for web penetration testing. I agree. You're not going to use very much C++ for web app testing, but C and C is very useful if you want to do cybersecurity binary exploitation challenges or reverse engineering. It's not really super useful for web stuff, but if you want to learn it just to become a more well-rounded programmer, then I would do that. This sort of says, should I hacks the planet? The thing about learning programming is I want to learn things that will teach me hacking systems and finding bugs. I think your plan to learn JavaScript is definitely very useful for learning web app pen testing. Python is useful in general. C++ is useful if you want to learn about binary exploitation or reverse engineering. But yeah, I think they're all pretty good. If you want to learn specifically for web app pen testing, it's JavaScript. It's going to be JavaScript. You need to learn your basics of HTML and CSS, other stuff like that. Okay, so this is still... Wow, it's so slow when you give it a really big word list. Man, that's so dumb. Okay. I was looking for network programming for Python on YouTube. Witch Hunter Bravo, if you're new to learning Python, I've got a suggestion. So let's see. So this is the HackerFrogs edit over here. We've got some threads on. Let's look for the thread on Python. Python. Here we go. So Skills for All over here has a bunch of good courses for cybersecurity. Let me grab this thread. You go ahead and take a look at this thread on Reddit. But they've got courses for Python, and they've got courses for networking as well, and they've got one for cybersecurity. I'm not too sure what exactly is in here. But Skills for All is sponsored by Cisco, and especially the Python courses. These are very, very in-depth, and they're also free, so you don't need to pay anything. But they're really great courses. Okay, so I'm just gonna wait on this. This is kind of ridiculous. How else could we look for? Maybe I'll do another Go Buster. And let's look inside of the 68.2 client. Web SB.NET client. SB.NET client web system underscore web. System underscore web. Okay. Actually, let's look for more ASPX. Bubblegum says, wow, you guys are typing a lot. Okay. Bubblegum says Python and Distorted say Python is powerful. Bubblegum says Python is not very powerful. It's a higher level. I only use it for automation because it's slow. But the thing about Python is that it's not a very quick in its execution. There's a lot of stuff you can do with Python, and I think that's what Distorted was talking about. I think Python is very useful, but you definitely don't want to use it if you want to execute things very, very quickly. you probably want to move down to like a lower level language if you want speed. Twitter Bravo says, I'll check it out, thank you. Distorted says, depends on the tech. I'm refreshing on C++. Bubblegum says, I often associate a more powerful language as a lower level language. Well, I mean, there's a trade-off. You can get so low level that it's really, really difficult to code in. If you want to code in assembly, then that's going to be super fast, but coding in assembly is very, very tedious if you're doing anything complicated. Let's see. Python can be low level. As this interpreter, I've broken the barrier. Alright. Print hello world. Is that Python wait. That looks kind of like Python. If you want to do Python 3, it's probably going to be something like print hello world, like this. Anyways, let's continue. We're looking on GoBuster. We're looking for more directories, and I think we're gonna we're gonna use a different word list. We're gonna use the big one, but I need to figure out what the big one is. Let's first locate sec lists. We're gonna web discovery directory list 2. Big. Okay, grab this. Alright, let's start looking in here. Bubblegum says, I code in assembly. It is sometimes slower than C or C++ code, as I really don't have those compiler optimizations. Okay. Well, I mean, I understand. I understand that sometimes, depending on what you're coding, C++ can be faster than assembly. Okay, let's still generating. Distorted says, I would suggest Python for those wishing to dive into tech instantly, then master programming later. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good way to go about it. You want to learn Python first, because there's a lot of stuff you can do with Python, and if you want to learn more about programming, then if you know Python, then learning other languages becomes easier, because you'll already familiar with concepts like loops and functions and classes and stuff. Bubblegum says, dive straight into C, never touch Python. Python makes the learning curve of any other language Mount Everest. Maybe I haven't dove like deep into any other programming language except for Python, so I can't say which one you should start with first. I think starting with C might not be a bad idea, because a lot of programming languages were inspired by C, and it's got. But then again, I hate dealing with memory and like pointers and stuff. But it is something you're gonna have to deal with eventually, if you're interested in a lot more about programming. This stuff is still going. Oh, there's so many special characters that are screwing up this GoBuster scan. Still going. So the problem we've encountered is this. We've got this file upload, and we've managed to upload files, but we don't know where the files are going. So we need to figure out the upload path for the files we're uploading to the server. Otherwise, we won't be able to exploit the file. Let's see. Distorted says, went from Python to JavaScript to HTML to CSS to C++ to assembly. Only took 2.6 years. Okay. And Distorted, I'm actually curious if you learned x86 assembly for Linux, or if you learned x86 assembly for Windows, or if you didn't learn x86 assembly at all, because those are all different types of assembly. Okay, so still generating that word list, huh? Haven't found anything here. Story says, oh, learning on ARM. Interesting. Okay, so we're just going to keep this running for a while. If anybody can guess at where these files are being uploaded, let us know. As we can find. So let's see, we got Burp Suite here. This is the request. Yeah. Actually, wait, there's a name. There's a name value, right? So the file was initially called cat.jpg, but I don't see reference to cat.jpg in this response at all. Let's close out the inspector. So name state. ID state. What is this? I mean, is it's relevant? Is this base64? I mean, this is probably base64. Let's do base64. Let's copy this. This to CyberChef. It's in base64. Yep, base64. Let's paste this in. And then base64. Okay, so this is not human readable. So this is probably not something we can take for the file path. How about this one? Oh wait, is this the name of the could this possibly be the name of the directory? Okay, so let's try here. Let's try this in, so it's cat.jpg, right? Let's try this random. This is not it. Okay, it's ASP client, right? Next one, ASP underscore client, ASP.NET client. This is not, it's met. It's web, system web. Nope, not either. Bubblegum says, try learning MIPS and make your own Wi-Fi router. What's MIPS again? MIPS architecture, instruction set architecture. I think this is what we're talking about. Microprocessor without interlocked pipelined stages, okay. Alright, so what kind of devices are coded using MIPS? Let's see, Bubblegum says also Linux and Windows x86 use the same ISA. What does ISA stand for? From scratch or like a kid? Wi-Fi routers. Okay. Instruction set. Okay. All right. That's a good acronym to know. Instruction set ISA. Okay. So Linux, Windows x86, and MIPS all use the same instruction set? Is that what you're trying to say? don't think this is. This isn't going to give us anything in particular. Let's put it into CyberShot. I don't think so. Okay, you have RISC-C and CISC. All right. I think I'm kind of hitting the wall here. So it says, I'm on a different generation of tech, can't experiment with hardware at the moment. No, this is all not coming back. Stuff is all status 400, if not status 500. I guess I'm just gonna have to keep hitting through this too. Might have to filter on status 400. This is the case. Still generating that word list. Gang. Yeah, wait. Distorted says, I'm on a different gen of tech, can't... I'm not Mad Hat. I'm not Mad Hat, but if anybody's wondering, Mad Hat is another... Mad Hat is another cybersecurity content creator. I am not the Mad Hat. So if anybody's looking for Mad Hat is another cybersecurity creator on YouTube. Let me find his channel. I've got nothing better to do. Here you go, Mad Hat. Cybersecurity. I'm doing advertising for everybody but myself. It's okay. Let's go ahead and Mad Hat actually does some pretty entertaining videos. I only do walkthroughs and tutorials, but Mad Hat does a lot of fun stuff. I'll admit that. It's fine. Okay. But anyways, that's Mad Hat's channel. Still going, still going. Actually, let's get out of here. We need to filter on status 400 and status 500. How do you do that with let's figure out how to do that with Buster. Buster status code. Bubblegum. Bye-bye, I'm going to finish dumping module patches and processes. Bubblegum, thank you very much for coming by, and let's send you out with a good hack the planet. Thank you very much for chatting in stream. It was a lot of fun.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Anyways, hope you have an okay time doing that dumping module patches. See you later, man. Okay, so filter on status codes inside of GoBuster. Let's see. GoBuster tutorial. Let me look this up. Oh, there's a cheat sheet. I like cheat sheets. Okay, let's look for code. Don't print status codes. Positive status codes written. Oh no, here we go. Oh, what is this? I think we're listening to Mass Effect. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't be listening to this. There might be some music that gets me in trouble. Let me switch to another music list. Let's listen to more Stellaris. Actually, no. This is a great game that I enjoyed. It was called Valhalla. It was the cyberpunk bartending simulation. It's got a lot of great music. I hope you guys enjoy it. Oh. Let's turn it down a bit. Okay. Distorted says, did you learn it for money or passion? I think you're talking to Bubblegum. Distorted asks, are you on Kali? Yeah, I'm on Kali right now. This is Kali Linux. And trying to do darn ads. Trying to look at my GoBuster cheat sheet. It's -B. Status code's I list. Okay, so -B. -B 400 and 500. So that's going to server returns a status code that matches the provided options for non-existing URLs. Can you please exclude the status code length? So we need to exclude the length. Wait, we need to exclude the status code for. Okay, this should probably be better. Distorted says, boot into Purple NeoFetch for the chat, please. What is NeoFetch? Can you tell me what NeoFetch is? I don't think I'm. Let us know what it is, and maybe we can accommodate you. System web get. Let's see. So this is working okay. I'm not getting my NeoFetch. Hold on, I need to look this up first. System shell information tool. Oh, okay. NeoFetch. It's a native Kali tool. So, what is the advantage of using NeoFetch? Okay, so unlike a system monitor, the tool only static display of the computer's basic hardware and configuration. System hosts. Okay. System health. Okay. Well, I think I can accommodate you. Let's go to another. What's it? App install. NeoFetch. Let's do sudo. Extremely Big asks, what game did you say this soundtrack is from? So this game is called Valhalla, but the spelling is kind of weird. Let me get that for you. There you go. So Extremely Big on Twitch. That this is the name of the game that soundtrack we're playing right now. This actually has some really nice music. Let's see, Wi-Fi is fast. Can we run NeoFetch now? NeoFetch. Okay, here we go. This is my Kali information over here. I'll keep this on screen for a little bit. Just for our good friend Distorted, here you go. Tommy says, do you run these in a VM or you actually have Kali installed? This is a VM. I think you should. I mean, if you're playing around with Kali Linux, you should be running it in a VM, because if for some reason you run some command that breaks your operating system or your file system or any other programs that you were previously using, you definitely want to be running in a virtual machine so that you can screenshot or virtual machine every once in a while. So if you screw up something, or if you do something to mess up the file system, you can revert back. Distorted, I'm happy to oblige. Anyways, wait, I didn't reveal any super important information here. I didn't dox myself, did I? VirtualBox. Okay, kernel, that's... I don't think any of this can be used to hack me. I don't think so. Are you on a battle station? And no. Define battle station. I don't know about battle station. Well, I mean, maybe I don't know what you're talking about when say battle station, so maybe that's not it. Wow, this is really long. Let me skip to the next track. Here you go. Tower or laptop? Oh, this is... Oh, no. This is not a laptop. I'm definitely from my from the desktop computer here. So battle station means desktop computer. Thank you very much. Didn't know that before. Okay. So let's So this thing's still a piece of junk. This thing's still running, so kind of stuck. We've got ads coming up. Of course, during the ads, we will not be progressing on our box, but we'll be playing a little video for everybody to watch. Birds. And we're going to be going for another 40 minutes or so. I'm going to try not to go too far beyond the 4-hour mark. Anyways. Yeah, this kind of sucks. It sucks because we've got this file upload capability, but we can't figure out where the files are being uploaded to. It might be super obvious, but if we can't figure this out, we can't progress forward. Let's look at the map. Maybe there's another port that we can. So there's the Microsoft HTTP API running over here as well. Maybe there's something vulnerable in Microsoft IIS 7.5. Let me try searching. We've got ads. Okay, let's play our bird video. How about this one? We'll be back in about a minute or so. Looks like I found all of the double length tracks for soundtrack. Let me see if I can get the regular length tracks, because these ones are a little bit too long. Okay, and let's yeah, okay, these are the regular length tracks. The other, I was playing the extended ones, which are... Okay, let's put the birds away. And then... Still scanning over here. Actually going not super... It's not super slow. This is going super slow. What was I looking for? I was looking for... Let's see. For an exploit. IIS. 7.5. So let's see, IIS, unauthorized remote denial of service. I'm not looking for denial of service, but multiple vulnerabilities. So this needs some PHP to be installed, and I'm pretty sure we don't have PHP. Okay, let's go back. What do we know? We know that we get. This is a request for a. What is what? I just sort of asked, what's that? If you could be a little bit more specific, I can help you out. Okay, so view state. So cat.jpg, we uploaded this file. So name equals file upload 1. Could it be called file upload 1? Is the directory possibly file upload 1? Does it become file upload 1.jpg? Or does it go to this directory? I'm going to copy this. What other information can us determine where this upload path is? Let's file upload. Oh, that's a bit loud. So let's try file upload 1, cat.jpg. No. Let's try file upload 1.jpg. Let's try the other directory. It's pnet file upload / cat. That either. Let's try. None of these work. What is... 503. Okay. What's the common dot xt? So I'm pretty sure derb uses this list by default. The word that's common.txt. You could try creating a modified version of common.txt. Look for some of the some things. So let's just copy it over first. Derb is slow. Derb is slow. Derb is slow. I agree. But derb does recursive directory enumeration. wfuzz. Is wfuzz recursive, or what directory busting tools are recursive? Because I'm trying to look for a better recursive tool. So let's take a look at how many is common.txt. Let's count. So there's only 4,600 some odd things. wfuzz is okay. It is recursive. So Oh, music is loud. Okay, let me turn down the music. Okay, so the music should be pretty soft now. I have it set up so that the audio does ducking, so when I talk, it should be softer. Okay, so we've got the common list. Let's add a couple things to that common list. Actually, no, wait. Better way to do this. Echo something. So, what's the name? cat.jpg. We'll add that to the common.txt. Okay. And we're going to add file uploads. It started as, are you OBSing? Yeah, I'm using... Which one? I'm using Streamlabs OBS for broadcast. So it was file upload 1, right? Add file upload 1 common.txt. And let's just fund file upload.jpg common.txt. And we're going to do, I mean, it's a pretty short list. I'm just going to do common.txt. Okay. Yeah, wasn't able to find anything, huh? Okay. I actually like this track a lot. Got some jazzy fun. I think word list is too large. This will take a long time to end. I'll be motivated to scan it anyways. I'm just gonna leave this running in the background. Let's see. How is the Twitch server? So what am I doing? I'm running Streamlabs OBS. I'm also multi-streaming with Restream.io, and I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitch. So how is the Twitch server? I'm. What do you mean by the Twitch server? I'm not too sure what you mean by that. I mean, I haven't had any problems with Twitch. Fastnet system web. Are we hacking? Are we hackers now? Are you valid? Am I valid on the Twitch server? I mean, I have valid on Twitch. You mean, am I monetized? I have monetization enabled on Twitch. I can get subscriptions. I can get bits. I can get donations. Yeah, if that's what you mean, then I am valid on Twitch. Oh, thank you. Spectre, are we hackers? Are we hacking? Are we hacking? We're trying to hack. We're trying to hack. Unfortunately, we're having some problems right now. We're trying to locate where our files are being uploaded to. We're not having a lot of success. Maybe we can... Maybe Nikto can give us... Well, I mean, I think I've already tried Nikto. Maybe I can try Nikto on a specific endpoint. Let's try... I keep on forgetting if it's 192, 168. So it's ASP _ client, and it's system.web. Okay. So we got a ASP.NET header. I haven't tried looking at these. Probably try looking at this in curl. Where are we? Curl VB. This thing. Okay. Started says, I'm extremely cautious when it comes to this stuff in 2025. Oh, are you talking about social media? Well, I mean, I sold my soul a long time ago. I've got myself broadcast. I've got my my voice and my likeness. I've got video of myself out there, so I might as well just kind of go with it. But I understand how you might be a bit paranoid. Well, it's not really paranoid. It's just be careful. I understand how you might be careful with putting stuff up on the internet in 2025. You mean hacking? Well, I mean, I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm not doing anything illegal, and I'm trying to teach people how to do cybersecurity for good purposes. Let's just say, ASP.NET. Great. Okay. Let's see. Shivran asks, I'm not hacking. Yeah, I'm not hacking the Gibson, and I'm not hacking into government sites. Everything we do is all self-hosted. So I don't think I can get in trouble. Okay. This sounds very 80s, and I'm all about it. So I think most of the tracks for this particular game sound very 80s inspired, and I love it. Okay, let's look back. So name equals file upload 1. Synthwave is awesome. Yes, it is. This is a great part of the song. Okay, I'm gonna feed this to the AI. Maybe it can guess at what the heck is going. Oh, Mr. AI. Can you tell me if there are tweaks to where the file is uploaded? This data. Distorted, here's something you don't like. Let me know what you don't like about it. What are we talking about? HTTP post requires information about uploading a file named cat.jpg to the zoc.aspnx endpoint. Okay. The exact server-side upload location is not directly reviewed in the body. Following clues and observations, please tell me. Target endpoint, right. Okay. Am I still being held? What do you... I'm not sure what you're talking about. Am I muted? I'm not muted. Not too sure what you're talking about, Distorted. Let's see. Target endpoint, okay. Suggests that the upload handling logic resides in this script. Backend logic will determine the final storage location. Ask OpenAI who its father is. Maybe I won't be doing that. File upload field, file upload 1. The uploaded file is associated with the form field file upload 1 in ASP.NET applications. Oh, wait. The server-side code will likely interact with the request files collection to access this uploaded file. Okay. So view state and event validation. These fields are used by ASP.NET to maintain state and validate input. These mechanisms do not inherently specify where files are uploaded, but confirm that it is an ASP.NET application. Uploaded file and name. File is named cat.jpg and is a MIME type of image /JPEG. Okay, so refer header. Files uploaded via file upload control are commonly saved to /upload/appdata. So does /uploads or appdata exist? I don't think they do. I could go ahead and check these. Uploads, cat.jpg. I don't have access to the server-side code. Dirbuster. Use Derb or GoBuster. Great. Okay, we've got one more. That we could use. We could try looking at ASP.NET directory. AppData directory. That's not gonna work. Break the server. I wish I could break into the server. That would help a lot. AppData. Look at the ASP.NET client directory. System_web. Damn it, just tell me where my cat.jpg file got uploaded to, okay? Distorted asks, have you ever considered Team Bounty? No, I have not. I wonder if there's some way you could break. If there's some way we could break the file upload process, and then figure out through the error messages where the files are being stored. How would I? What can we send? Okay, let's try. Right-click the upload. New page. Wait. Has it been here? Let me. I want it. God damn it. God damn it. There's a file path in here. I feel so stupid. All right. Let's see if this file path exists somewhere. All right. Okay, it doesn't exist here. Doesn't exist here. Doesn't exist here. Here. I spelled ASP.NET client incorrectly. Oh man. Listen everybody, I want you to understand that if you do not spell correctly, you do not get to hack. If you do not spell correctly, you do not get to hack. Web. So everybody, if you want to thank you very much, Distorted. Should try Team Bounty, you're welcome. I might well, okay. I actually don't know about Team Bounty, but thank you very much for the suggestion. I might look into the future. So these don't exist. Let's just try looking directly at this endpoint. We found it! You're some hacker. Jack H says, if I was a really good hacker, I would have found it a long time ago. But thank you very much, Jack H, for the vote of confidence. So we found our cat.jpg. So now we can try uploading a malicious file. So let's do that. We're going to Burp Suite. We're gonna use Burp Suite, and we're going to try sending a malicious file instead. So, we're gonna try editing the content type. So we're gonna try making the content type image JPEG. So I'm just gonna copy that, and then we're gonna go back to Suite browser. Choose our malicious file, which is .aspx. And try uploading that. It's going to say invalid file, but we're going to go over to Burp Suite. And then we're going to go to our proxy HTTP history, and we're going to send this to the repeater. In the repeater, we're going to change the file type from application octet stream to. We're going to change the file type from application octet stream to JPEG. Okay, and then we're going to try sending this again. Response, it says invalid file, please try again. Okay. Okay. Distorted says be right back. Thank you very much, and yeah, see you in a bit. Okay, so we weren't able to upload this via the content type. Maybe we can find some other way to mask this. Maybe we can save the file name as reverse.jpg.aspx, and maybe it's trying to filter on this. So let's try sending this. Response, we see valid file, please try again. Okay, so what are some other methods that it could be filtering on? Let's try going to HackTricks, and we'll for some tips. So HackTricks, file upload. Filter. So file up. There you go. So general file upload methodology, useful extensions. Oh, maybe we can try. We can try changing the extension on the ASP file. Try. .config, some other stuff. Bypass file extension checks. Okay. File.png.png. I've tried adding special characters at the end. Could use burp to force all of the ASCII and Unicode characters. So okay, so we can try each one of these. So the name of the file. Okay, this is no response. Okay, so in the request we can tacking on to the end. Okay, so that's still an invalid file. Let's try some other stuff. Let's try this one. Still in. this one. Send that. Still an invalid file. This has been this has been a lot of hack-in. So okay, we've got an ad coming up in about a minute. I think I might work through the break because not a lot of exciting stuff going on right now. Actually, you know what? I might try intercepting this. So this isn't something I do very often, but I'm gonna try intercepting this request. Accept on. Try upload a file. Sorry, select. Upload that, and then right here we're gonna edit the content type. Content type, we're going to that into image/JPEG. Try forward. Accept. Huh? That didn't. Did it go through? No request, right? Edited the request. Change the content type to image/JPEG. Oh, wait. I didn't change it down here, though. What's up? Bubblegum says, erase the entire file system. Welcome back, Bubblegum. Okay. Yeah. So form data, file upload, file name. Oh, there was the content type down here. Actually, we've got ads going on. We're going to be working through the break because I need to figure this out. So content history, turn intercept back on. Let's go ahead and try upload that. Well, me after you block. Yup. Okay, so we need to change content type from application octet stream to we need to change the type from application octet stream to image/JPEG. Then forward that on. Intercept off. Take a look at the response. Invalid file, please try again. Did I just see some INT PTRs? Yeah, so we're just trying to upload this this malicious ASPX file. Unfortunately, we're trying to figure out how to get past the filters. We do know where the files are ending up, but we need to figure out how to evade the filters. Let me look here and see if I can find some other. So bypass protections, tricking the extension parser. Okay, so PNG. Wait. Oh wait. Let me try this one. Let me try this one. So change the file name to JPEG ASPX. Let's see if this works. Nope, didn't work. Yeah. Bubblegum says, stop hacking those poor people. That's mean. Well, they're not people in this case. They're not people. This is just a downloaded virtual machine that I'm hacking against. There are no people involved. Is this how it's spelled? Content type image.jpg, or is it spelled with without the e? I need to take a look here. So this is the legitimate. No, not the legitimate one. This one the legitimate one? It's not this one either. I think this is the legitimate one. So image/JPEG. That is the correct spelling. Okay, so what else can we do for a filter bypass? Add another layer of extensions to previous check. And TFS alternate data streams. Oh, this is Windows specific. Great. Colon character will be inserted after a forbidden extension, but before a permitted one. As a result, an empty file with the forbidden extension will be created on the server. This file may be edited later using other techniques, such as using its short file name. It can also be create non-empty files. Adding a dot character after this pattern might also be useful to bypass further restrictions. Sounds interesting, but the way it's worded is a little bit confusing. Dot colon data pattern. So for example, we've got file.asp colon data. Colon character will be inserted after extension. So it would be colon. It would be colon JPEG. So ASP colon JPEG. Maybe I could try that. Okay, so let's go to these malicious ones. Send it to computer. File name, I'm going to change it to reverse ASPX colon JPEG. Let's see if this goes through. Response. Didn't work. Okay. Try to break the file name. The valid extension gets cut off, and a malicious PHP gets left. So AAA, PHP. So you do upload the file and check response. How many characters it allows? Let's say 236. Okay, so we could try this with the cat JPEG. Shinobi Hanzo says, I always get my notifications late. Nice to see you here, Shinobi Hanzo. And yeah, because it's been a while, let's just redeem a good old... let's try... I like the War Games one. This one's new.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Alright, so if you want to play a game, how about global thermonuclear war? What were we doing? We're trying to figure out if we can give the system a really long file name, and maybe it'll cut off after a certain point. So how do we take advantage of this? So it's Python, make really long okay, so if we were to do this, let's here. And okay, so nope. Want to So this is 232 A's. And let's try sending this. We're going to send a valid file. That's the cat.jpg. That's successful. Proxy HTTP history. Valid cat file. Send this. Let's see. Bray J, I'm not understanding anything, but I hope I learned something. We're just trying to hack. we're trying to hack. So this is cat.jpg with a bunch of A's. Let's put the A's in front, and that's 232 A's, and then cat.jpg. Let's see if this uploads correctly. So first of all, let me copy the name first. Copy this. I'm gonna send this off. And did this upload correct? File could not be uploaded. So there maybe is some sort of wow, this is really upbeat. There might be some sort of limit to the file names, because this wasn't. Let's get rid of a bunch of these A's. Let's get rid of this many A's, and then try it again. First I'll copy this. Okay, send this. Was this successfully uploaded? So this was successfully uploaded. Let's try to access this endpoint. Okay, so this many A's is okay, but how many A's is not okay? We're gonna go back, and we're gonna start adding some A's. Actually, let's start adding some numbers. Let's try 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Send this. Okay, this is still successful. So let's 0, and let's add 6, 7, 8. This is 20 extra characters. Still successful. Let's try another set of 10 characters. Send that. Still okay. Still okay. Okay. Sorry if this is a bit tedious. I just need to be iterative in this and to figure out like what the character limit is. This file name. Huh. I would have thought it would have broke by now. Okay, it broke now. Alright, so let's try subtracting 5. 1, 2, 5. And let's send it again. Still can't be uploaded. Okay, let's try subtracting. Let's try subtracting 3. 1, 2, 3. Now it can be up. Okay. So let's try adding one. Okay, so this is the exact limit right here. Just need to figure out how many characters this is. So we can just copy this, and then we can feed this into Linux, figure out how many characters this is. Here. Let's echo this out. Type this into word count. So this is 224 characters. So if we what does this mean? What does this mean if we can submit something that is exactly 224 characters? Let's take a look back at hack tricks. What was it suggesting? Try to break the file name limits. The valid extension gets cut off, and the malicious PHP file gets left. So this isn't necessarily going to work, because upload the file and check the response for how many characters it allows. Let's say 236. So make the payload. You need to snip 232 in case that it's php.png. So this would be aspx.jpg. Give it a go. So first of all, what do we need to do? This is 202, right? This is 224. So what we would want to do is we want to make something called shell.spx.jpg, and we want to make it exactly 220. So start deleting some characters until it matches the length. This is 224. I guess what we could do is we could just rename the file to .aspx, rename it to this. That's very obnoxious. Actually, wait, I don't think you can name something that, can't name anything that long inside of Linux either. Oh wait, no, it did go through. I didn't know that you could make file names this long in Linux. Okay, this is funny. Anyways, let's try uploading this. So that was uploaded successfully? It was uploaded successfully? Awesome. Hold on. I need to get this file name. No. This might have been uploaded as a JPEG. So it was actually uploaded as a JPEG, then that's a big problem. Okay, let's start up a reverse shell listener. No, let's just start up a reverse shell listener here. Let's see, RL wrap, netcat. And then let's try to access the file inside this directory. Okay, so this image cannot be displayed because it contains errors. A reverse shell did not up successfully. This file doesn't. Let's see if we can get it to if we modify the name. So inside the repeater, this did upload successfully. Okay, let's send this to the let's get rid of, this is 5 characters. Actually, wait. Let's add 5 characters. That gets rid of this. Try sending them. It says this file could not be uploaded, but the text is green for some reason. Text is green. That's weird. So did it work? Let me copy the file name. Inside the this is the file name. Copy everything. ASPX. Try to access it. Okay, this does not exist. Well, it was worth giving a try, but I don't think this I don't think this method is going to work. Let's take a look at some other file bypass methods. Bypass content type, magic number, compression, and resizing. So bypass content type checks by setting the value of the content type header image/png text/plain application/ so content type word list is over here. Bypass the magic number check by adding to the beginning of the file the bytes of the real image. Use the file command or introduce shell inside the metadata. Okay, so what are the magic bytes for JPEG files? If compression is being added to your image, for example, so this is PHP. PHP is not going to work. Okay, let's try the magic number. So we need to figure out what the magic number is. JPEG files. So magic number bytes JPEG. JPEG file starts with these numbers right here. We're looking for JPEG, these bytes right here. So what we need to do is we need to add these magic numbers to the front of the file. So we need to I don't know what the command would be exactly. So I'm just gonna ask. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT for some help. We want to append some bytes to a file. And they're not ASCII bytes. They're not ASCII readable. These are the bytes. And we're working on a system. Okay, so we can do echo with hexadecimal escape sequences or cat, printf with DE. Alright, so let's try using XXD, generate a binary prefix. Find the prefix in the target file. So we make the prefix binary file, and then we put them together. Yes. Okay. Sounds interesting. Okay, let's try that. Let's fix.bin. Okay. And let's rename this file, because this is obnoxious. Reverse.shell. Reverse.aspx. Okay, so we're going to end it. It would be cat prefix .bin and .aspx. We're going to create a new file called prefix JPEG prefix verse.aspx. Yeah. Dark Disruptor says, wait, are you a hacker? I'm trying to play a hacker, but I hope that answers the question. Dark Disruptor says, wait, are you a hacker? Well, trying to be. Anyways, but we don't do illegal stuff. So if you're asking me to do something illegal, please don't ask me to do that. Okay, so let's create this file right here, and then XXD, and we take a look at the hexadecimal interpretation of it. So let's type this into head. White hat, all good. Thank you very much. I was afraid you were going to ask me to do something illegal. So we managed to do it. Yeah. Okay, great. So it's FFD8. FFD8. FFD0. Okay. So this should work. I mean, it's not guaranteed to work, but we put those magic bytes in the file. Okay. Let's try uploading the file now. We're going to do it with our Burp Suite browser. Here. Invalid file. Okay. Let's go back to Burp Suite. Proxy HTTP history. And the soundtrack's so good. Okay, we're going to change the content type from application octext stream. Change it to image JPEG. And that. Go through? No, it didn't go through. Okay. Let's take a look at some more filter bypass techniques. If compressions are added, other tricks to check. Find a vulnerability to rename the file already uploaded, change the extension. Find a local file inclusion, execute the backdoor. Okay. Upload a file in Windows using reserved or forbidden names. Special extension. If you're trying to upload to an ASP server, take a look at the config trick to execute code. Okay, let's take a look at this thing. Alright, so you can upload .config files and use them to execute code. One way it is appending the code at the end of the file inside of an HTML comment. Download example here. Let's see, Dark Disruptor says, what do you think is the basic knowledge required to hack? That's a good question. What do you want to hack, first of all? Are you talking about network hacking? Are you talking about web application hacking? Are you talking about Wi-Fi hacking? Are you talking about social engineering? There's a lot of different systems that you can hack. So hacking's all about systems. You have to learn some tricks, and you have to have a good knowledge base, but it really depends on which system you want to hack. Web, for instance. If you want to hack web, you have to have a solid foundation of you have to know how web applications work, and you need to know something about the languages that are used for web applications. Thank you for following, Dark Disruptor. Let's give you a review. How about I hack the planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
So say you wanted to, let's take a little break and let's talk about this. So let's go over to, I don't know, let's use Nano. Call it this note.txt. Okay. Make this nice and big. So say you want to do web app hacking. Ad break ends in, okay, I'm gonna start. The ad's going on right now. I'm going to start writing out this list for Dark Disruptor, and then when Dark Disruptor comes back from the ad break, it'll be complete. Well, maybe not complete. Okay, so you need to know, what do you need to know to do web app hacking? You need to know how HTTP requests work. You need to know some basics about Ray says, I'm out of here. Thanks for a wonderful stream. Thank you very much for sticking around, Ray. And let's give you something to go out on. How about you have a Nyan cat to send you out? All right. Thanks for coming by, and we'll see you next time. So you need to know some basics about web languages. So stuff like HTML, JavaScript. What else do you need to do web hacking? I think an important thing to know is know about common tools for web app hacking, like Burp Suite. Let's see. You need to know some networking basics. Like stuff you'd find in Network Plus certification. But the great thing about learning about web app hacking is that you can start by just using a web browser, and some of the easier tricks, you don't need to have specialized tools. You just need to be able to have access to a web browser, and maybe a couple of common tools like curl, and yeah, it's not super difficult to get into web app hacking because everybody kind of knows how to use like a web browser. But anyways, hey, it's a bit late over here, and I might do some extra work on this box a little bit later, but I need to get going pretty soon, because I don't want to end my stream super late. Dark Disruptor asks, how did you get into hacking, by the way? Okay, so Dark Disruptor, if you want to get into hacking, if you want to get into web app security, what I would start, and But okay. So, Dark Disruptor, please tell me, what previous knowledge do you have about tech, about IT stuff? Do you know? Have you done web app development? Do you know about networking stuff? Do you not know very much? If you don't know very much, that's fine. You can always learn. But let me know what your experience is as far as technology if you want to learn about hacking. Let me know, because I've got some recommendations for you. So Dark Receptor says, "Oh, you know Python, Java, Angular, TypeScript. Oh, that's great." Okay, so I've got my list of PicoCTF challenges, and PicoCTF is a great platform for learning about beginning hacking stuff. Let me get my playlist. So this is my TryHack YouTube channel, and let me grab that PicoCTF challenges. I have 84 videos in this playlist, and it covers all sorts of stuff. It's a pretty good introduction to learning about hacking stuff. A lot of different categories. So there you go. So if you want, you can go ahead and work through those PicoCTF challenges, or maybe just watch the challenges. And if you understand what's going on, then that's great. I think you should be okay because you can do Python and let's see, TypeScript. Yeah, if you can do Python and TypeScript, you should be okay. Type in your search bar. Which search bar? You talking about this one? But yeah, go ahead and take a look at that playlist. It's a pretty good introduction to different hacking concepts. Some of the stuff you might find a little bit too easy. You can just skip those videos. It's fine. Okay, so let's find someone to raid, because I don't want to end super late. I saw a lot of people on InfoSec streams. They're all done. Just subscribe. Thank you very much, Dark Disruptor. Let's find somebody who can raid on Twitch. This is streaming right now. Oh, Snowcone is streaming right now. So Snowcone does leak code challenges. So if you're interested in coding and leak code, and it's a pretty cozy community over there. Snowcones is one of my friends on Twitch. So if you join the raid and go over to her channel, if you could leave this raid message, so it's frog hip hop hack frog, I'd really appreciate it. So it's just like this. All right, so everybody, we're gonna be back. Today's Monday. We're gonna be back on Wednesday and Friday, and we're gonna be doing more hacking tutorials. We're gonna be talking about Linux privilege escalation. We're gonna be doing demonstrations on how to hack Windows targets, and we're also gonna be doing more first-time challenges on Windows as well. So it's gonna be a ton of fun. And that's going to be on Wednesday at the same time. But everybody, thank you very much for showing up today. Before we set up the raid, let's do one last Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so let me say thank you very much to everybody who participated in the chat today. So thank you very much, Dark Disruptor, Jason. If you want to be shouted out, please leave a message in the chat and I'll shout you out as well. Thank you very much, Ray. Thank you very much, Shivren. Thank you very much, Ray J. Thank you very much, Shinobi Hanzo, Distorted, Bubblegum, Jack H, Tommy, and all of our other good friends. Who else is here? All right, so let's set up that raid. If you could send that raid message, frog, hip hop hack frog, that would be great. Let's set up the raid. And name is Snow, how do you spell that? No X Cone. All right, so yeah, we're going to be back on Wednesday. Everybody have a great week, and we'll see you on Wednesday. Hack the planet, everybody. Hip hop hack, frog frog.